we as national parliaments are not even privy to the documents themselves. We don't know what is there. We are never involved. Our people are never involved in the crafting or development of those documents. Pan-African Parliament, an organ of the AU, was always complaining, and was complaining 2 days ago, that we are just bystanders. And now they are talking of 10 years has elapsed since the Agenda 2063 was launched. So there was an evaluation of the 10 years. And MPs were insisting that, tell us, what did we achieve in those 10 years? Are we not going to get to 2063 and look backwards and say, oh, we achieved nothing? Why waste time to go up to 2063? Why don't we check now? Who is doing the evaluation of Agenda 2063? Who? Who should tell us about the impact of Agenda 2063? If not parliaments, who else? And we are here to say, what is our space? And with the directors from the AU, they are here, who will talk on this subject. And we need to engage them. Seriously. We can't have hunger on this continent. Food security, let's go beyond that and say our continent is now good and fine. The issue of climate change, which has been the reason behind lack of performance in many areas, including issues of food security, energy. We will have presentations on that, climate change, where are we? And have these COP 20, COP 29, COP 20, COP 21. But we are told that it's getting worse. The heat is getting worse. But the COPs have continued. So how should Parliament come into this game? And then, all said and done, we need to share with you the imperative of national parliaments, regional parliaments, continental, and the rest, that we work together and we address issues confronting us. And we are saying, after the Summit of the Future in New York, we as Africa should also have our own summit of the future beyond New York. And the parliaments should play a critical role. And we have been requested already as PAP that we should organize a platform, as we are enjoined in the protocol, a platform where we as Africa talk about the future of the continent after New York. So bring some take homes from there, but these global forums like UN, they just help us to think globally. But as they say sometime in the past, think globally but act locally. So we should come and act at our own level, in our own continent. Let me go to specific issues about Pan-African Parliament itself. We were established with very good law. It's called Constitutive Act of the Union. But we are facing serious challenges, and I'm saying this to appeal to our member states through our parliaments and the heads of parliaments who are in this room. That PAP is broke. We are now broke. We don't have money. The budget of the AU given to PAP has shrinked from 36 million to 10 million as I stand here. And we want to request you, His Excellency Vice President, we request you to take these issues to other levels. That currently our remuneration costs, paying staff and everything, is almost 9 million. We are given 10 million. That money, the amount does not support even a committee out of the 11 plus 2 caucuses, does not support the committees to meet or to undertake any mission, to go to public hearings, to go on fact-finding missions. None of the committees has such money. So we meet and go back home and sit. There is no money to do business. We don't have enough money to meet as required by the protocol. There are 4 statutory meetings. They're called statutory meetings. In our countries, we call them constitutional meetings. March, May, August, October. The current budget, and I have to give some figures, to meet in March, what we call committee session, and this one, September, usually it's August, but we've delayed to September because, again, there was no money. Even now, there's no money. But you are given, the budget is 800,000 US to meet. Instead of 800, we are given 264. To meet for a plenary session, the tweak session in May or October, is 1.3 million. And this amount has been like that for the past 15 years, because it's in US dollars, it has not been changing. We need 1.3 million, they give us 450. So we are unable even to meet. For this conference, for this session to be held, we had to do some extraordinary measures, be able to meet. Otherwise, this PAP would never meet. So please, let's share this message with our foreign ministers, our ambassadors in Addis, Minister of Finances. We also have a challenge during budgeting, and you being parliaments, when we do our budget of oversighting the AU operations. So we have a committee here on agriculture, climate change at PAP. In your parliament, this will be a portfolio committee. When you go to Addis, they have also a commission for agriculture. So when we say we would conduct oversight activities, they say, no. Agriculture, there is already a commission of agriculture in Addis. So this is duplication. Say, no, the roles are different. Go to any country. Each ministry is oversighted by a parliamentary committee. This is not well understood. They think we are doing the same thing, and when they give budget, allocated money, they then deny us money. They know now for agriculture and climate change, we've already given it to the commission. With that big challenge. And then I want to thank African Bank, which funded our workshop Friday and Saturday on results-based management. We had a 2-day workshop for all the MPs on results-based management, because we want to make an impact on the continent as a parliament. The issue of people going for workshops, but when you ask them what came out of the workshop, or we met, there were 30 people. We want to get the actual outputs and impact of those gatherings. Don't tell us what you did. We want to hear what was done. What impact did we realize from that? And I believe now we are going to be more pinpointed as we move forward. We had some problems at PAP, and we don't want to hide this. You all know about it. Although I want to promise you that we are back to fit. As you can see, I'm standing upright. I'm not bending this way or that way. PAP is back on track. And please have the confidence that we are back on track. We have faced two unique problems. 2021, it was about rotation argument, and the PAP was then closed because of those arguments. Last year, we had a problem of our rules, which we amended in this room, but the chair of the commission decided to suspend them and say there were some violations here and there. Fine. But then I was president, I also went for elections. One came back, and we had problems during that period when I went for elections. And I think we are now trying to address the rules so that we don't have similar occurrence in the future. We want to admit that, yes, we have had problems and serious flus as a CAPAP, maybe sometimes a COVID of operation. But we are saying we are back on track. We need your support. Let me end here and wish you a very fruitful, effective 3 days of interaction at the high level of governments on this continent. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President, for your opening remarks that recall that the Pan-African Parliament is a forum for the integration of the continent that has called for better collaboration between national, regional, and continental parliaments and coherence amongst the three levels, that has identified a missing link between these three levels and has sponsored a call for active debate of this conference on how the parliaments can work more coherently and synergistically, and sponsored two calls. One, for the African parliaments to hold their own summit to debate policy issues on the African continent in a more context-relevant manner. And the second call for stronger and enhanced budget support to the Pan-African Parliament. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is now my pleasure to invite Honorable Thoko Didiza to deliver her welcome remarks, the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa.
Thank you very much, the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Chirumira, Your Excellency, Deputy President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, our guest of honor, Honorable Muhadi, Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, the speakers of member states of the African Union present here, members of the Pan-African Parliament who are also present among us, the commissioners of the African Union, as well as officials who are also present, our guests who have also been invited to participate here, who come from various institutions, you are most welcome. As well as our Dean of the Diplomatic Corps of the African Ambassadors, who's also here, and other excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps who are here. Your Excellencies, it is indeed a singular honor and privilege for me and the people of the Republic of South Africa to be afforded this prestigious opportunity to deliver the opening remarks in the occasion of the official opening of the second Conference of Speakers of African Parliaments. My presence here, I must say, President Chirumbira, reminds me of the time I spent for 5 years as the member of the Pan-African Parliament. It was during the cohort of our times when we really deliberated about matters, some of which we have highlighted in your address, about the governance of the institution as well as the funding of the institution. But also we're reflecting to what extent are the decisions that we take as members of parliament get realized in our national constitution. It was also an opportunity, and I'm sure it will for the new members who are here, to collaborate and network among ourselves as members from various parliaments of our continent. It also offered, and I'm sure it will now, an opportunity where we're able to benchmark and look at how we do things in our various parliaments, particularly how we oversee our governments in terms of the executive action that they take, how we make them accountable for the resources of our countries that they utilize for development, and at the same time, look at how we as Parliament can create an opportunity for participation for ordinary citizens to shape the trajectory of their countries and where they would like to go. And we do so acknowledging the responsibilities we have as public representatives. The session, honorable members, is held under the important theme of a code, education, educate an African fit for the 21st century. Build resilient education system for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality and relevant learning in Africa. This is a very crucial theme in my view, particularly as many of our countries are still revitalizing our economy after the COVID pandemic, which did not only decimate our economies, but also had dire impact on our citizens. It also came at the time when we are faced with challenges of climate change, which also poses an impact on how, as various communities, we can be able to ensure that we sustain our economies, particularly those of us who are still dependent on agriculture and extractive industries. But this theme also came at a time when the African Union had made important decisions about how we need to integrate as the continent, particularly our economies and our peoples. And this will have a direct impact on the nature of the investment we make in building our nations, particularly our youth, through education. And it is these deliberations that, as the heads of legislatures seated here, we need to ask ourselves, how do we ensure that as parliaments, in passing the budgets, in ensuring that we oversee the executive action, indeed the resources that our populations contribute in these institutions as a result of the taxes go where they are needed most. Education, as you know, is a great engine of personal development. It is through education that daughters and sons of our people, particularly those who are poor and the working class can actually change their circumstances and their families and communities for the future. It is through education that we can also be able to gain skills to industrialize our economies and grow. It is also through education that we can impact on the trajectory of developments that our countries require. Chairperson and honorable members, it is for me interesting that the theme for the year 2024 calls upon us as African parliaments to invest more in education to make it accessible to both children of those who are not well endowed and those who have a stronger financial muscle. The weaker economic and financial standing of our society should not be the yardstick that determine whether their children should have access to quality education or not. This presents us with an opportunity and positive challenges to rethink our budgeting process and to allocate more funds to departments of education in our respective nations. But it also calls us to look at how we can collaborate among member states, but also within our regions to make sure that education is accessible and affordable. I'm reminded here of the SADC protocol on education, which do allow, even though maybe to a limited extent, the movement of children of the region within the SADC community to be able to attend institutions of higher learning in each other's countries without increasing the fees that these students must pay. I'm also reminded of a practice that had been for some time among some of the member countries, particularly in the region, Swaziland, Lesotho, and Botswana, who at a particular time were able to ensure that their children can actually attend each other's universities without each country investing in more faculties in their universities or building more university in order to accommodate what is needed. I'm just using this as an example from which we can learn, and I'm sure there are many other examples in the different regions of our country where we can look and see the best practice that we can adopt to make sure that Africa's children are able to access quality and affordable education. There are also other issues that will be discussed during this conference of speakers, which in my view are very important to also reflect on how far as the continent and the commitments that we've made will actually move ahead. I noted that tomorrow, one of the sessions that we'll be looking at relates to issues of food security. And this reminds me of the commitment that African ministers of agriculture made on how they're going to ensure that they build food security for their citizens and strengthen food systems across the continent. Maybe the question we need to ask the Commissioner, how far have we gone with these commitments? But it's also true for us as members of parliament in asking our executives in the various countries how far we have gone. The other question that will be deliberated upon relates to climate change and how we actually ensure that we strengthen our countries through mechanisms that will make it resilient towards the changing climate. Another important matter for me, and as I looked around, I thought, wow, we are improving, albeit slow, on the participation of women in our parliaments, but also in the participation of young people who are our future. How do we, as the leaders of the legislatures, ensure that we create a space and an opportunity for ensuring that young people who are there in our institutions are supported to be able to ensure that they contribute in the shaping and building of their continent. So as the women, how do we ensure that we enable women who are participating in our parliaments to be able to do their work, acknowledging, of course, that they may require added support, some of those who are still at the childbearing age? Is our infrastructure in our various legislatures accommodative of our children? Are our programming in terms of the programs of Parliament ensuring that women can be able to do their work effectively? But also, how do we engage society? And that talks to how we resource our work in terms of constituencies, as well as the committees that need to undertake their task. And I think it is an opportune time that as leaders of the various legislatures of our continent, we are meeting here to deliberate on issues, but also to share best practices of what we can do. The issues of conflict in our continent continues to be a matter that, in my view, the Pan-African Parliament must continuously be engaged on. If one takes the Agenda 2063, where we committed as this continent, we want to silence the guns. What is it that we actually are doing to make sure that we realize that noble objective? My colleagues, the speakers of regional legislatures and speakers of parliaments of our continent, I'm sure your participation through these engagements will be fruitful to ensure that as we go back, we will engage our broader members of parliament on the implementation of some of the resolutions that we would have been able to take. I want to welcome you to South Africa and hope that your stay will be good. And if there are any protocols that we might have not done as it is expected, I want to apologize on behalf of the government of South Africa. And I know that one of our brothers, the Speaker of Egypt, has just landed this morning, so you're still finding your feet, and I would like to welcome you, the Excellency, and hope that you'll find time this evening to be able to rest. In my language and languages of South Africa, I would like to say, namgelekile, meaning you are most welcome. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, we wish to thank Honorable Thoko Didiza, the host speaker and Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, for a warm welcome, for acknowledging the important challenges that face the Pan-African Parliament in the area of its funding, for highlighting the onerous responsibility of parliaments at different levels to represent the voices of the African people, and to do so in a manner that involves the participation of women and youth, for calling for the Parliament to consider, in concert with its theme, with the Union's theme of the year, education as a precondition for sustainable economies, and for calling also for better access to education and affordable education for the African child. Your Excellencies, at this point, I would like to call upon His Excellency Ambassador Andre Nzapayeke, the Dean of the African Ambassadors in the Republic of South Africa, to deliver his solidarity statement.
The Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the esteemed guests of this Parliament, Honorable Kembo Douglas Campbell Mohadi, the Vice President, of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Fortune Shirumbira, the Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Dr. Ashibir Gayo, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Angela Thoko Didiza, Honorable Speakers of National and Regional Parliament and their representative here present, presiding officers and deputy presiding officers of national and regional parliaments, His Excellency Prince Estefanos Mateos, President of the United Africa Royal Assembly, His Excellency Vankele Mene, CEO of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Her Excellency Hanan Jarar, Ambassador of the State of Palestine to the Republic of South Africa, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Ms. Lindiwe Kumalo, and staff of the Pan-African Parliament, the Secretary General of African National and Regional Parliaments, representative of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation in the Republic of South Africa, members of the media fraternity, distinguished guests, leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here in my capacity as Dean of African Heads of Diplomatic Missions accredited to the Republic of South Africa to deliver on behalf of my colleagues a message of support to the Pan-African Parliament. First of all, allow me to commend our continent, all African countries, for the continuous progress our countries are making in the area of democracy, human rights, and rule of law. This being said, however, challenges remain, particularly in the area of African integration and in the area of peace and security. The conflicts in Sudan, Libya, in the Sahel, in Eastern DRC, in Cabo Delgado,
and in other countries constitute a serious challenge, a threat for the continent and for the population you represent. This is happening in a context of international insecurity. Africa should be ready to face those challenges. Also, our national parliament and the Pan-African Parliament should be ready. The expectations of our population are high, and the parliament should be at the forefront. 20 years ago, African states decided to put in place the Pan-African Parliament with the objective to promote the advancement of human rights, democratic values, and peace and security across the continent. In 2 decades, the Pan-African Parliament has gone through many turbulences, but it has matured. We are delighted that it is back on track again, with regular meetings and sessions. It's ready to continue doing the good work of promoting democracy on the continent. The Pan-African Parliament stands for what our founding fathers were dreaming of. It is meant to be a symbol of unity and cooperation between African nations and to promote the ideals of Pan-Africanism and regional integration. The Pan-African Parliament is therefore an important instrument of our countries. It is the extension at continental level of our national legislatures. It deserves the full support of its member states. Therefore, a session like this should also be an occasion to remind our government and people about their obligations and commitment toward the Pan-African Parliament. Also an occasion to reflect on how best we can meet the needs of our populations. Soon, Africa will have a new Commission of the African Union. Our parliaments and the PAP should work tirelessly to help the new Commission come forward with strong solutions to the challenges of the continent. We African ambassadors based in the same host country as the Pan-African Parliament, we have the obligation to stand by the side of this institution and to contribute to the awareness raising across the continent about the achievement as well as the challenges that limit the efficiency of the Pan-African Parliament. After 2 decades, time has come for Africans to recognize the Pan-African Parliament as a key player in the construction of what usually is called the Africa we want. On behalf of my colleagues, I wish you all a productive session. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, we wish to express appreciation to His Excellency Ambassador Andre Nzapayeke, the Dean of the African Ambassadors in South Africa, who has acknowledged the progress that the continent has made in terms of human rights, governance, and the rule of law, whilst at the same time drawing attention to this esteemed conference on the need to give dedicated attention and discussion to matters concerning peace and security on the African continent. He has commended the Pan-African Parliament for its revitalization, given its importance in driving Africa's human rights and governance agenda, and has called for the Pan-African Parliament to be afforded the support that it deserves. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, at this point, I would like to invite a statement by His Excellency Hanan Naim Amin Jarar, the Ambassador of Palestine to the Republic of South Africa.
معالي السيد فورين شرمبيرا رئيس برلمان عموم.
Your Excellency, Mr. Fortune Chirambira, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency, the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, Excellency the President of Your Excellencies the Presidents of African Parliaments, Your Excellencies, members of the Pan-African Parliament, the distinguished Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, Excellency Ambassador Mr. Andre, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps accredited to South Africa, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, peace and blessings of God be upon you. It's a great honor for me to be here once again to talk about the problems being faced by the Palestinian people following the massacres that are taking place there. I'm very happy to bring you greetings on behalf of the Palestinian population and from His Excellency, our brother Mahmoud Abbas, President of the Palestinian people, as well as Mr. Fatou, President of the National Palestinian Council, who wishes you well in your endeavors for the benefit of the population of Africa and the rest of the humanity during this session. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, as you all know, the extermination war is continuing in Palestine, particularly in the Gaza Strip for the past 1 year, with new massacres, among which the most recent one is the Mawasi Khan Yunis massacre, where more than 20 people, displaced people, were killed and tents were demolished following the bombing that took place, in which sophisticated American bombs were used, in addition to multiple massacres committed by the army of Israel against peaceful citizens who were waiting in queues for humanitarian assistance. All this in addition to massacres committed in hospitals, which have been converted into mass graves rather than being facilities to treat people. We have recorded more than 41,000 martyrs and 100,000 wounded since the beginning of this war. With with a continuous and systematic destruction of infrastructure and a total collapse of all aspects of human life there. The health system, the educational system, social life have been destroyed. And there is an existential threat for more than 600,000 children deprived of education, health, and so on. Families have been destroyed, in addition to the constant increase of attacks in all cities and towns of the West Bank. And this has also led to the destruction of all public institutions. In short, it is a war of extermination and ethnic cleansing committed by an entity which was put in place as a state of apartheid. In the same context, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we heard about an attack against certain properties. Houses have been destroyed and more people have been displaced. So this is indeed an extension of the policy of displacement of population undertaken by the Israeli government, which is still following, which is going on since 1948. The three major cities of Gaza have been destroyed. The sacred nature of places of worship has been affected, in addition to a number of churches also that have been attacked in order to instill Judaism in that land. Ladies and gentlemen, the latest Israeli reports have stated that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his right-wing government are getting ready to initiate the next phase of the war against Gaza. And this is in preparation of colonization and of the Gaza Strip, right from the northern part of Gaza up to the Nazarene axis, in order to separate the north from the south of the Gaza Strip. And this area is being prepared gradually for further Jewish colonization. And they have started expelling Palestinian residents who reside in the northern part of Gaza, and by strengthening their influence in other areas. The Rafah crossing point has also fallen under the control of Israel. And this has, of course, hampered the supply of humanitarian assistance to that part of the country. Crimes committed by Israel today, not only against our people, but against the rest of the humanity, are a result of the rise in the extreme right in Israel and their total control over state institutions and their branches during the past decade. And this has been seen in successive Israeli governments. And this, of course, is no different from the views of the traditional right-wing parties. And they have a single electoral base made up of populations of the West Bank and Jerusalem who are in support of all-out colonization. The extreme right would like to impose Israeli sovereignty on the entire West Bank and declare a Jewish state in the entire historical Palestine territory. And of course, they are totally against any form of independence for the Palestinian people. Here, I'd like to inform you that the European Union plans to impose more sanctions against the ministers of security and finance of Israel. And several international reports have confirmed that Israel is a state of apartheid today. So we would like to urge you to support our appeal. In this context, Australia has prevented Jewish colonizers from entering their territory following the massacres which occurred in Gaza. As I stand before you here, the Palestinian people is calling upon the international community to work together for the full implementation of the ceasefire resolution 2537 issued by the UN Security Council. While I once again thank all the member states of the current Security Council for having adopted this resolution, we'd like to also commend the relentless efforts of the Republic of Algeria and the Republic of Mozambique for the work they have done in the UN Security Council to put an end to the genocidal war against our people, as well as Ghana and Sierra Leone, as well as Egypt and Qatar, who have contributed to direct negotiations between the two parties. Your Excellencies, honorable participants, while I commend the ICJ for their advisory opinion on this matter, the Israeli attacks have continued and have continued for the past 76 years. And this is ongoing even now against the people of Gaza. President Abbas declared at the Turkish Parliament on the 15th of August 2024 his intention of going to the Gaza Strip along with other leaders of the world, along with the Secretary General of the United Nations. So he would like to undertake this initiative whose purpose is to put an end to this war of extermination against our people. I'd like to commend South Africa and Namibia, who are among the African countries who have stated their availability to join the Palestinian leadership to visit Gaza. And while we commend the ICJ for their advisory opinion on this matter, which of course includes East Jerusalem, a Palestinian delegation will be actually submitting a draft resolution to the UN General Assembly to implement the advisory opinion issued by the ICJ. And firstly, it states that Israel should immediately put an end to its illegal presence in occupied Palestinian territory, which is an illegal act which is violating its responsibility vis-à-vis the rest of the world. And this should be implemented within 12 months after the resolution is adopted. Israel should immediately meet all its obligations by virtue of international law, including the one stipulated by the International Court of Justice, and in particular, withdraw all its military forces from the occupied Palestinian territory, put an end to its illegal policies and practices, including the immediate put an immediate halt to any efforts to colonize new territories, as well as dismantle the part of the wall built by Israel. In addition to this, hand over land and other properties seized since the beginning of Israeli occupation in 1967. Enable all Palestinians who have been displaced during the occupation period to go back to their places of origin. As you know, the Palestinian people have been living in occupied territories in 3 territories: the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the rest of the 7 million people live in other countries of the world, mainly in refugee camps, as well as refugees in neighboring countries or in countries where they were welcomed for the past 2 or 3 generations. In this forum, I would like to commend all countries who have contributed to the submission of the draft resolution to the UN General Assembly during their last session, particularly Jordan, Bahrain, Djibouti, Sudan, Iraq, Oman, Qatar, Libya, Egypt, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Mauritania, as well as the state of Palestine. We would like to invite you to vote for the right of the Palestinian people during the discussions on this resolution. Your Excellencies, honorable participants, we would like to commend South Africa for its role in prosecuting Israel before the International Court of Justice, because it is the first country which took the step of taking Israel to this court. And this has helped to awaken international conscience and not give way to political pressure. We also greatly appreciate countries from all continents who joined the appeal made by South Africa, including the Arab Republic of Egypt, the state of Libya, and other countries. We also appreciate the role played by South Africa in resorting to the International Criminal Court, and we would like to express our gratitude to Comoros and Djibouti for having joined South Africa in this initiative. The state of Palestine, which is an observer member of the Pan-African Parliament, is urging countries to support the initiative of South Africa and also support other member states of the Security Council, and urge all countries of the world not to transfer their diplomatic missions to the city of Jerusalem, and as well as prohibit the sale of weapons to Israel. We'd like to commend Namibia, which prevented a ship which was suspected of carrying weapons meant for Israel from anchoring in their port of Walvis Bay. We would like to also commend Namibia and Angola, who have forbidden these ships from entering their ports. In conclusion, I would like to thank you all once again, particularly the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency Charimbura, for having given me an opportunity to address this assembly. Long live the free people of the world, long live Palestine. I thank you.
Your Excellencies, we would like to thank Her Excellency Hanan Naim Amin Jarrah, the Ambassador of Palestine to the Republic of South Africa, for her statement. The statement provides an update to the STEAM conference on the state of security and conflict in the Gaza and West Bank. It draws to the attention of this conference the impact that the conflict has had on civilians, women and children, as well as public infrastructure. It commends the support of a number of African countries that have demonstrated concrete support to the Palestinian people in different ways, including actions and positions taken at the UN, on the floor of the UN Assembly, in the case before the International Criminal Court, and commends specifically the leadership of the Republic of South Africa in this regard, as well as support for the draft resolution. And finally, makes a number of appeals for support, which include, but are not limited to, the implementation of Resolution 2537 of the United Nations, and a call for the full implementation of the decision of the International Criminal Court. Your Excellencies, at this point in the program, we would like to introduce a short interlude before we proceed with the rest of the program.
Sanibona la endlini. Yebo. Kodwa njani nisaphila? Yebo siyaphila. Nathi siyajabula ukuphila, sibonga ukubonana. Inkosi simbele sibonane. Sanibona la endlini. Yebo. Sanibona la endlini. Yebo. Sanibona la endlini. Yebo. Kodwa siyaphila, yebo siyaphila, nathi siyajabula ukuphila, sibonga ukubonana, inkosi simbele sibonane. Sanibona la endlini. Yebo. Kodwa siyaphila, yebo siyaphila, nathi siyajabula ukuphila, sibonga ukubonana, inkosi simbele sibonane. Good morning. Good morning, we are greeting you. 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 I say good morning. Good morning. You good morning. Good morning, we are greeting you. Good morning. Good morning, we are greeting you. Good morning. Good morning, we are greeting you. Zulu greeting. Sanbonan. Sanbonan sanbingelela. Sanbonan. Sanbonan sanbingelela. Sanbonan sanbingelela. Sanbonan sanbingelela. What is greeting? Tumela. Tumela ral tumelisha. Tumela. Tumela. Isha, Dumelan, Dumelan, Isha. Hione amekama bela sejoya. 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 Oh, Yumela, ama bela sejoya. Oh, Yumela, ama bela sejoya. Oh, Yumela, ama bela sejoya.
Huh?
Your Excellencies, we wish to thank the cultural group for its performance. This is the youth of Africa, the demographic dividend of our continent, and we thank them. At this point, Your Excellencies, I wish to invite the President of the Pan-African Parliament to approach the podium and introduce the guest of honor for this esteemed conference.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Your Excellencies, the heads of legislative institutions on this continent, it is my singular honor to introduce our guest of honor, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, a retired Colonel, Kembo Dugush Campbell Mohadi. The man I am about to introduce is a veteran of the struggle for the liberation of Zimbabwe, from Rhodesia to Zimbabwe, and whose courageous life in defense of the Zimbabwean people's right to self-determination mark an indelible history in Zimbabwe. He is an avowed Pan-Africanist who believes in the principle of Africa for Africans. His Excellency retired Colonel Mohadi joined the liberation struggle against the colonial settlers at an age of under 20. In the 1970s, under 20 years, he went to join the liberation struggle and received training, military training in Russia, and moved to several other countries until he got ready to fight for the liberation of the country. You know, when you say Russia, you also remember that that's where there is KGB. So he's also a renowned intelligence supremo, trained by the KGB of Russia. His Excellency the Vice President has served Zimbabwe with distinction in various ways. He was MP before he became Vice President, a Member of Parliament for the rural southern part of Zimbabwe, bordering South Africa around Beitbridge. For many years, people re-elected him until he became Vice President. He has also been appointed to several ministries and served as Minister of National Security in the Office of the President. He has been Minister of Home Affairs. He has been Minister of Defense and Security and War Veterans before he was appointed as Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Of course, he went to school, he's a holder of degree of political economy from the University of Moscow. And he continues to serve the people of Zimbabwe with self-efficacy, humility that marks is a passionate and unwavering commitment to the full economic emancipation and empowerment of the people of Zimbabwe. Please help me in welcoming to the podium our revered Vice President, Honorable KCD Mohadi. I thank you.
Pray, be seated. Director ceremonies or the clerk to the Pan-African Parliament, our host, President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief Fortune Zafanaya Sharumira, Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament, Chairpersons, and Chairpersons of the Pan-African Parliament, Southern, Northern, Western, Central, and Western Caucasus. Our host is Speaker of the National House of Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Thoko Didiza. Your Excellency, African Union Commission Chairperson in absentia, Your Excellencies, African Union Commissioners here present, if any, Your Excellencies, Speakers of National Assembly and Regional Parliaments here present, Speaker of the Economic Community of the Western African States, ECOWAS Parliament, Honorable Khadija Ibrahima, Speaker of the Arab Maghreb Union Parliament, Speaker of the Eastern African Legislative Assembly, the Right Honorable Joseph Ntakari-Titimana, Speaker of the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, Honorable Evariste Ngamana, President of the South African Development Community, Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Masiane, Secretary General of the House of Representatives of the National Assembly of the Republic of Belarus, Andrei Naumovich, Speaker of the Arab Parliament, Clerk of the National and Regional Parliaments here, Your Worship, the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Dada Morero, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, and indeed on my own behalf, it is a unique honor and privilege to address this august House on the occasion of the 12th Annual Conference of Speakers of African National and Regional Parliaments. I'm most grateful for the warm welcome extended to me and my delegation. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to register my country's gratitude that with the cooperation and collaboration of this region and that of the entire African continent, Zimbabwe successfully hosted the 44th Ordinary Summit of SADC Heads of States and Government in August 2024. When His Excellency President Emmerson Mnangagwa assumed the chairmanship of the regional bloc, the summit emerged with firm resolutions to consolidate cooperation and sustainable development in our region in the interest of impactfully improving the lives and livelihoods of our people. In pursuit of this onerous objective, the summit took important steps of approving the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum into SADC Parliament, an organ that will provide the legislative framework for our region's programs and projects. The consummation of the SADC Parliament is important in complementing the work of similar regional bodies, as well as in enhancing the oversight role of the Pan-African Parliament. The responsibilities of the Republic of Zimbabwe as the chairperson are well laid out. His Excellency President Mnangagwa will be guided by the decisions of the 44th Summit on what has to be implemented. He will also ensure that those programs and projects that the outgoing chairman, His Excellency President Lourenço of the Republic of Angola, so ably spearheaded, are completed. The chairperson has the latitude to decide on regional issues and/or projects that he deems deserve his attention. He also has to manage and resolve regional issues that will arise during his tenure. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is being convened under the African Union theme for the year 2024, befittingly entitled, and I quote, "Educate an African fit for the 21st century, building resilience education systems for increased access to inclusive, long life, quality, and relevant learning in Africa," unquote. It is therefore a clarion call to action towards empowering Africans through capacity building based on the access to relevant knowledge. We therefore need a paradigm shift in our education systems to expedite the holistic development of Africa, underpinned by research, innovation, science, and technology. Honorable members, our collective desire for the Africa we want can come to fruition if the sustained and focused involvement of this august house, the Pan-African Parliament, which is a strategic organ of the African Union, is put into action. We fondly recall that our founding fathers recognized the political relevance of this parliament as critical in promoting the full participation of our people in the development and integration of Africa, of the African continent. As Africa, we share a diverse and rich cultural heritage, a dynamic demographic dividend, common knowledge systems, and values that define our destiny as an African people. We have an obligation to jealously guard our heritage from defending our values as enshrined in the Charter of the African Union. This House, therefore, has the responsibility to take the lead in defending such values. SADC, as a regional body, is also guided by the same values and principles that we as Africans share at the continental level. It might, therefore, be correct to assume that the 5 continental regions geographically defined by the African Union can be strong and effective through engaging in rigorous regional consultations and cooperations towards the Africa that we want. Our continental blueprint, Agenda 2016, is the embodiment of all that defines our being as Africans. This Parliament is charged with the critical role of debating the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Continental Free Trade Area is an institution that is poised to transform the economic landscape of our countries. May you, the leaders of our Parliament, provide the guidance to eradicate poverty and initiate such policies as to spur the development of our countries in a comprehensive manner. Our people deserve that and much more. Honorable members, in our endeavor to achieve continental integration and prosperity, we remain alive to the unique challenges that confront us. We live in times when effects of climate change have taken toll on the agriculture across the globe. Conflicts and insecurity are on the rise. International governance institutions seem strained and overwhelmed. Pandemics and epidemics are becoming the order of the day. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to state that the situation is such that no country or region can boast of capacity to address any of the challenges facing humanity in isolation. We just have to remain vigilant and alert to the evolving geopolitical dynamics in order to adopt and adapt such measures as could provide effective and lasting solutions to existing and emerging challenges. I wish to state, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, that none but ourselves will create the political and socio-economic environment that we want. Indeed, Africa confronts diverse political and economic challenges that deserve such strategic interventions that will sustain our shared values. Let us expedite the development of science, technology, and innovation to break colonial imposed barriers for unity and speed integration of the continent. Effective coordination of policies and programs of our regional economic communities must be given precedence in all our engagements. In this process, we need to engage in debates that empower our women and youths. Women and youth create a dynamic force for development. Relatedly, this Parliament has a particular responsibility to scale up advocacy for women and youth participation in development. We have to maximize returns on the exploitation of our abundant natural resources. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, we have to turn the realities of both domestic and global events into economic and business opportunities. We need to move beyond playing second fiddle in the spheres of industrialization. trade and investment, among other areas. Africa has to rise as a competitive economic bloc. We are proud of being African, and as Africans, we have a rich history of eradicating colonialism. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to now declare the 12th Annual Conference of Speakers of African National and Regional Parliament session officially opened. I wish you all the success during this conference towards the Africa we all want. God bless you. God bless Africa. I thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I think we take this. Thank you very much.
Isililo samadodana kamufi ekhaleni uningi. Lasola kukubale milime manje kwanyakaza amathuna. Zehla inyembezi zagcwala isifuba engathi umhlaba usanda kumduba. Kuhlangene amadoda namadodakazi kamufi befisa ngathi bengahlanganisa abantu amathuna bebumbuyise kabusha. Bathi nini mfudumalo esenyameni kulalese empumbulweni. Usipho umntakabama. Usengene kwelizayo endlini yakhe yokugcina umphefumulo wakhe awusekho kuthina. Lale ngokuthula mntakamama. Sizokutholela ukulungiswa ngelinye ilanga ngamalanga mihla namalanga. Amandla ombhalo umthoko imbongo yosizo.
My heart always skips a beat when you walk by. But now every time tears fall in my eyes, I am trying to laugh but choke on your words. I'm caught in a web of rumors and lies, trying to break free, but then I'm more broken than ever. I've lost everything that gave me something to live for. My hopes and support in my life that come with earth. My life, a common curse. My life. A common.
Your Excellencies, we wish to appreciate the youthful and powerful voices of the African child, the rich resource of the African continent, and the future leadership of Africa. At this point in the program, I would like to once again invite Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament to approach the podium and present a gift to the guest of honor, and also administer a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Director, the clerk. Thank you for this opportunity. Honorable Jida, Vice President, can you come forward to assist? Honorable Jida Mahamat is the Vice President, is one of the 4 Vice Presidents in the Bureau, to assist me in presenting the gifts. Get it from Your Excellency, Vice President, this is in appreciation of the time you have taken to travel yesterday, come and put up here in South Africa, and be here this morning. And in the African tradition, we always express gratitude in many ways. One is to give you a souvenir. The second will give you lunch. And the third will invite you to dinner. That's the complete package of an African thank you. So for now, we start with part 1. Please come over and receive the gifts. Thank you. Thank you. Second. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I've got to say something. Okay. He wants to respond.
Thank you very much. President of the Pan-African Parliament, Comrade Charumbira, Senator Charumbira. In Zimbabwe, in our culture, we have got a say which says that chindiro chinoenda kunebva chimwe. I don't know how to put it in either Zulu or Sotho or English, but we say that a good turn deserves another. I think that is the correct explanation of what that means in Shona. And then since I've been given this souvenir to take home, I also would like to leave a souvenir here with the President of the Pan-African Parliament. If you could come forward, sir.
Thank you. This is great.
And in Southern Africa,
Okay, sir.
in Southern Africa, or in Africa, the continent of Africa, we have got one place that many of us would always want to visit, and that place is in Zimbabwe, and it is called the Victoria Falls. Victoria Falls is not, Victoria is not an African name. We have got an African name for this. And the African name is Muswatunya, which is a Lozi or Sotho or Tswana. Now, because if we had continued to say Muswatunya, no one would come and see the Victoria Falls. So we gave it Victoria Falls. So, and in this country of Zimbabwe, we have got what we call the Big Five. The Big Five, we've got the lion there, we've got the leopard there, we've got the rhinoceros, and we have got the buffalo and the elephant. That's the Big Five, Africa's Big Five. Thank you very much, sir.
Your Excellency Vice President, Excellencies, heads of legislatures, may I now invite one of our vice presidents at PAP, Vice President Honorable Lucia dos Passos, to come and deliver a vote of thanks for this morning.
Thank you very much, Chief Sharon Beer, the President of the Pan-African Parliament. It is my honor to address a vote of thanks to our distinguished guests that have been invited for this second conference of the speakers of regional and African parliaments and also members of the Pan-African Parliament, starting by you, the Deputy President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. We would like to here reaffirm what you stated in your speech, that we do accept the challenge to carry out advocacy for the ratification of protocols and, above all, for the participation of the youth and women of our continent into our activities. And I've also included the diaspora, because we believe that the diaspora should be included in this process so that we can have a prosperous and inclusive Africa. We'd like also to thank to the President of Pan-African Parliament, who has already somehow habituated us to these gracious speeches, and appealing to the engagement of our partners so that we can become a very strong parliament. And also our thanks to the Vice President or Vice Chair Jida, and the host, the Speaker of the South African Parliament, whom we would like to thank her, and to the South African government for the excellent support that has been accorded to us for the excellent functioning, but not only for fulfilling the agreement, but for the commitment of the growth of the Pan-African Parliament. Our thanks also go to all the speakers of national, regional parliaments that are here, that have left their own countries. Their commitments at national level and regional parliaments to be here with us at this very important moment of the life of the Pan-African Parliament that have come back to its activities in March of this year. Our thanks also go to Prince Stefan and President of the Royal Pan-African Parliament, Royal Parliament, United Parliament, and to our Dean of the Diplomatic Corps in South Africa, Ms. Andre Zapatea. I think I've pronounced it correctly. He's been with us since last week so that the Parliament could feel the force of our ambassadors in South Africa, and also to inform our guests and speakers of the parliaments here present that PAP does have a very strong partnership and alliance with all African ambassadors accredited in South Africa. And at this very moment, we have the Dean representing all these accredited ambassadors in South Africa. We would like to equally thank the ambassador of Palestine that has come to share with us the concerns and what is happening in his country. Thanking also all the diplomatic corps members that are present here. I would like to also thank the clerk and all clerks of national and regional parliaments here present. All representatives of international cooperation bodies that have come to this parliament, to the media, dear guests, and to our cultural groups that have given us very satisfying moments showing the rich culture of Africa. To our interpreters in the different booths who are helping us communicate these communications, papers, and speeches in different languages so as to make sure that all the interventions could be understood. And do allow me to thank in particular to the AFEST-FDA that is here represented by Mr. Wakenge Mene, to whom we thank him especially for having supported financially the convening, the realization of this session, and also presenting us with the history of our forefathers that are represented in the hall, where our guests will have the chance to look at them and read and find out how rich the continent is all about. We do commit ourselves on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament to do all our level best so that all the legal treats and protocols and any other documents that are still to be rectified so that they can be rectified, especially the Malabo Protocol, so that it allows the Pan-African Parliament to make sure that the works by the Commission of the African Union and other committees and commissions can be set with specific functions and specific timelines to carry out their activities for the African continent. As it has been said here by the Deputy President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, we do have a very rich continent, and we are obliged to enhance or reinforce the competitiveness of our continent. We would like to, Your Excellencies, on behalf of the Bureau and all people here represented, really thank you and for being here and for your future engagements, which we believe we will have with the increments of our budget so that you can participate in the different sessions in next year. That is either in August next year, March, May, and we would like that you can lobby the African Union and the F-15 group that accords to the Pan-African Parliament the budget that is needed for it to conclude its activities, and we are in need of 2.6 million US dollars to fulfill all the planned activities of 2024. Thank you very much for being here, and on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, we'd like to say that South African wishes all of you a very good stay in the Mandela land. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, we've come to the conclusion of this morning's ceremony. We will now go for a group photo. We will rise as we see our guests of honor leave the chamber, accompanied by the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Speaker of South Africa, and then the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. Everybody will remain wherever you are. Public gallery, everybody stay put. We'll all rise while they leave the chamber. They'll be followed by the speakers in that order. The photo will be taking place as we leave this chamber. Please rise.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Please, a bit of order. A bit of order. After the photo session, we will, I believe there's some tea, there is lunch, but about lunch, we'll come back here. After the photo session, some tea, we come back and agree on the next steps. So please, let's have lunch. So let's have a photo session, tea, and come back. Some don't come back. But since these are now speakers at a higher level, we expect people to come back. Then we get the next announcements into lunch and into the afternoon. Let's cooperate. Thank you.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, The Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
Rise up, Africa. Another pictures.
Je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique et le gouvernement africain par l'enjeu d'esprit technique mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des ressources à tous les échelons régionaux pour cueillir le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our bold strategic craft. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a
Congratulations, Algeria! Congratulations, Algeria!
The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the CERT Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour cueillir le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tiens, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The Honorable Honorable.
Honorable Mtoung, sir.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm good, and you?
We good, we good. We're enjoying being here. It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure being.
Honorable, we are making noise. Can we please have order too, please?
Yeah, we must have.
Let's see, Achwaela.
What a nice place. Natis. I want. Injalo mlaleli. We're really having a good time here. Thank you.
Honorable sir.
Angithokoze mla okuzoba no charging
Tape o gapilwe yini? Thank you. Tsela pana le sono ba tota lifikile. Size nesikhema sakhona. Hawa. Ja.
Iphathi ama South African abashakade ngabo.
Siyathokoza. It's very nice being here.
Hello. Asibuye kanuganga bathandekile. Thatha lento ayinabungozi.
Lokhu ngathatha lento mina kuyaphileka.
Thank you.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate, 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté du gouvernement africain par l'enjeu d'esprit technique mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour cueillir le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. 20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known
Linda,
as
stop the video.
Rwanda Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integrating.
Dear honorables, I'm asked to announce that we should break for lunch and start after lunch. I think at 2, is it okay? Yeah, so let's break for lunch, please, and join those who are already in the lobby. Have lunch. Chers honorables, pour rattraper le temps, il m'est demandé de vous dire que nous devrons carrément suspendre les travaux pour aller déjeuner et reprendre après le déjeuner, puisque nous sommes déjà à 13 heures.
Control room, can you please turn back onto the camera? They're testing something down here. Control room.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques, mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the
Recording
ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. 20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, il sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques, mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. 20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans retrait des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques, mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique de d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques, mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour cueillir le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. the 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Ah.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour cueillir le protocole de Kyoto pour la sécurité de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Yeah, speaker. Oh, it's
May I invite Your Excellencies and distinguished guests to assume your seats. If the protocol could request Their Excellencies and distinguished guests that are in the lobby to enter the chamber. Thank you, Your Excellencies. First of all, I would like to apologize sincerely for the delay in the serving of the lunch and the miscommunication in terms of times for the starting of these proceedings, but also for the serving of the lunch. We do regret deeply the inconvenience to all the excellencies, and with our sincere and most hearty apologies. Your Excellencies, at this point in the program will introduce two presentations for this afternoon. There will be a slight change in the ordering of the presentations due to the late arrival of the presenters concerned. So that whereas the first item on the agenda was the status of peace and security in Africa and its impact on the continental integration and economic development, we have been informed that His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adewoye, who's Commissioner in charge of Political Affairs, Peace and Security at the African Union Commission, is not able to join us at this time. For that reason, the presentation on Agenda 2063, the progress, challenges, and way ahead, what national and regional parliaments can do to contribute to the attainment of the Continental Development Blueprint, will be the presentation that is presented now. This presentation will be made by Madam Boto Bayendi, who is the Director of Strategic Planning and Delivery of the African Union Commission. The second presentation for today will be the presentation that was to be presented tomorrow morning, and that is Africa's Health Resilience, Preparing for Future Pandemics and Responding to Mpox Outbreak. Preparing Africa for Future Pandemics and Responding to Emerging Health Threats. This will be presented by Dr. Lul Rik of the Africa CDC, Regional Coordinator. The presentation by His Excellency Wamgele Mene, the Secretary General of the African Free Trade Area Secretariat, will be deferred to tomorrow. This would have been the presentation on progress in implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And therefore, it will just be the two, the one by Madame Botto on Agenda 2063 and the one on health pandemics in Africa. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, allow me at this point to therefore invite Madam Botto Bayendi, the Director of Strategic Planning and Delivery, to approach the podium and to deliver the presentation on Agenda 2063.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests here this afternoon, allow me to stand on the protocols established this morning, just for me to sprint through this presentation. As introduced, I'm Botto Bayendi, Director in the Office of Strategic Planning and Delivery from the African Union Commission under the Cabinet of the Chairperson. My portfolio is, among other things, to cover Agenda 2063 coordination as the hand of the Chairperson. Therefore will be taking you through this presentation with an attempt to sprint, and maybe the confidence to sprint from the country I come from. We are priding ourselves with having the first African Olympic medalist sprinter, and I'll try to copy him in this presentation. My presentation will cover the strategic foundations and highlights of Agenda 2063, because we've gauged the level of insight and awareness of the different groups who were engaging through our stay in the Pan-African Parliament. And then I'll go into where we are in terms of the second 10-year implementation plan and try to align the Pan-African Parliament extending to the national and regional parliaments for effective implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan and the overall agenda. And then at that stage, point number 4, I'll humbly be calling on the speakers into their position of play for the sake of effectively implementing Agenda 2063. Agenda 2063 is a 50-year strategic framework for growth and transformation, which requires individual and collective efforts of all of us to ultimately deliver the African Union vision. In that case, we are looking forward to co-creating a common future that will be tangible in 2063 as an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa that is driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. I want us to highlight aspects of our vision as we internalize it. The result is integration, prosperity, and peace, and it is driven by the citizens of Africa, the member states of Africa under the African Union. In their diversity, our member states are diverse, our population is very diverse. We pride ourselves with the demographic dividend of 60% youthful. And the call here is that everyone who's accountable to the people of Africa, to the citizens, must deliver their mandate with excellence. The impact, as per our destination in 2063, we want the quality of life indicators, the skills revolution. We want evidence for that in 2063. And then we are saying it will be reflected by Africa being the best in everything we do, the best rankings, the brand, the perceptions. And as we take care of the Africa brand, we must pause and reflect into the same way that we are taking care of our country's brand, which reflect on what are we exporting to the world, the governance, the maturity of our governance, the people in terms of the reputation of our people from each one of us, how are our people known by the global world. Our culture and heritage as Africa represent us, our investment and our tourism presence. So when we come as a collective, it is exactly the same brand points that we look at. We have values, we are a cultured continent, and Agenda 2063 pronounce values that we need to respect our diversity, we work together, we need to be transparent. Most of all, we think Africa above all. Agenda 2063, when it was pronounced under a clear prerequisite that we call critical success factors. That is to say, what had to be in place for the agenda to have a high likelihood of success. We needed to have political will and transformational leadership. So in our position of influence and leadership, the key question is that, am I that transformational? Am I possessing and helping others to experience a willing leader who would allocate adequate resources to create the necessary legal and institutional frameworks, and also to help change people's mindset towards the vision. We needed to put institutional frameworks, measure, mobilize resources. All this we were conscious when we were adopting the first 10-year implementation plan and the framework Agenda 2063. One important factor is that we needed to be conscious that we have to be intentionally communicating well and creating awareness. Creating an awareness for the citizens of Africa to own and support the agenda, leveraging the social media, the IT platforms that we create in Africa, partnering in the way that we need to be equal partners to the rest. We are not beggars as Africa. We need to posture in such a way that our partners are clear of whatever they bring to the table must be aligning to our vision. The regional integration we cannot do without our regional bonds of helping each other where there are platforms for knowledge sharing. As Africa, we had said from the onset, we already have incidents and successes of shared history. Therefore, let's converge around our shared destiny, thinking Africa first at all the times. We were premising or departing from the solemn declarations that were pronounced. The solemn declarations, when we crafted the agenda, they were translated into 7 aspirations. The first aspiration around prosperity. As we reach 2063, we want a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. And wherever we sit and we command in our space of leadership, this is what Aspiration 1 called us to do. We need an integrated continent. I'm glad that AFCFTA will be here with you to emphasize on that. We need a good governance and democracy, which really makes a lot part of the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament and our national parliament. The aspiration of peace and a secure Africa. We will show later how we have been unable to achieve that, but we still say it's an aspiration that in 2063, we want to be seen to be a peaceful Africa. I want to say that we then unpacked the 7 aspirations into 20 goals, which were specifics or granulars of what we needed to do. My assumption is that 10 years down the line, this slide is common to most of us. We have known these goals because it was an expectation on us pronounced as far back as 2013. We need to see the results, and we need to make sure that each one of the aspirations are acted on accordingly. One other space that we committed on are the flagship projects. We had 15 flagship projects. These flagship projects are actually articulating what needed to be done to improve our baseline when we started Agenda 2063. These flagship projects are mostly executed Some member states are hosting, some require collective and individual funding. Therefore, their success or failure is literally dependent on how we put ourselves together, and I'll briefly touch on their performance later. We had implementation arrangements that we had put in place for the execution of the agenda, advocacy and informed public. I want to say that the President, throughout the sessions, he had emphasized on the role of the Parliament as for oversight and as for advocacy, for awareness creation and informing the public. In the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament, it would pronounce as maybe creating awareness on policies, on programs, but Agenda 2063 is a continental strategy that therefore falls in that line. We have implementation support structures. We needed to domesticate and internalize the agenda, which I'll keep on saying we did not do well. We needed to mainstream it into the National Development Plan and measure, monitor, and evaluate. Most of all, execution could not be happening in Addis Ababa. Execution of Agenda 2063 is actually the setting is on AU member states. The doing is mostly by AU organs and recs, and it has to be cascaded for further doing into our ministries, into our departments, into our substructures. I would jump into then how did we shape up the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. The Executive Council and the Assembly, as sitting in February of each year, in far back as 2023, they launched a special project for evaluating the first 10-year implementation plan, and then for us to craft, basing on those learnings, the second 10-year. And later this year in February, they extended the special project for us to run with the agenda. I want to highlight that in the process, the heads of states also announced that all organs, in line with their mandates and statutes, they have to implement past decisions. If you may have missed a decision that mandates you as the Parliament, as the Pan-African Parliament, trying to define what you ought to do, these decisions say, reflect on that and say, have I done it well? If you have not, it is giving all of us an opportunity to restart. The key findings of the first 10-year, they showed that the agenda is still very relevant, is not very efficient in that it did not produce the results, even in instances where more resources were put, like the aspects of peace and security. We bent resources there, but the results were contradictory to what we wanted. In terms of coherence, the agenda is coherent to other frameworks, the SDGs, the high fives, and other regional frameworks. It's just for us to leverage. The results shows poor effectiveness, poor performance against targets. 29 out of 69 indicators, they reflected below zero performance. In terms of impact, it is promising. If we look at how we managed to, from zero, start up the AFCFTA, and we could pick a finger to it that we have progressed. In terms of sustainability, it's very weak. This means that if we don't do something right, one of the things that we need to do right to improve the weakness, domestication, we must improve our leadership posture, coordination mechanism, and implementation arrangements and structures, and we should be more accountable. These are just snippets of results. When we were talking with other groups, they were saying, did you really evaluate? Yes, we had priorities. Those 20 goals that I was referencing, they were evaluated, and the evaluation report was adopted in February. In terms of awareness, it shows that it may not have been cascaded accordingly. The red here means that we did not do very well. I'm not going to dwell on them because they are not encouraging at all. I just want us to pick that we did not do well in most of the respects. What is our new posture? Now that we know we did not do well in the first decade, we are saying that we need effective mechanism for sustainable domestic resource mobilization. We need to make this agenda for Africans by Africans. We cannot beg for support in something that we really believe in. Therefore, we need to find a way of putting resources to it. We need strong implementation coordination mechanisms, one of them being the oversight responsibilities of the Pan-African Parliament and the other parliaments, robust monitoring and reporting. We need to be resilient. Like I said, there were some shocks over the first 10 years. We need not to be shocked by shocks anymore. Posture differently, mature from the first 10-year implementation plan shocks, and be better people to handle them. We need to domesticate, and we need to strengthen national implementation structures. The reflection by my audience today should be that what national implementation structures are we currently having in implementing Agenda 2063, in implementing SDGs and other frameworks. We need a fund to try and resource the agenda. We had to reflect from the onset. It was pronounced in wisdom that this 50-year plan will be chunked on 10-year lapse. It's not like we are not having the ultimate landing in line of sight of what we want to be. What we want to be is pronounced in the vision. Every 10 years, we seek to say, where are we? What do we need to do differently? Because we are living in a volatile world that is changing, that is evolving. We need to, as Africa, reflect and reset. We've done that. It was launched in February. Before the launch, we had a very special sitting, an extraordinary session of the Executive Council extended over and above the Ministers of Foreign Affairs to the Minister for Planning and the Ministers of Finance to look at the draft second 10-year implementation plan and say, will it take us to the desired destiny in 2033? And they pronounced themselves. They made commitment that we are still committed to Agenda 2063. And they said to us, you need to align us better to optimize results. We are committed to resource the agenda. We are giving you this direction as trusted, transformational, and visionary leaders, conscious of the 8 solemn declarations, the 7 aspirations, and now what in this decade we call the 7 moonshots. In that case, the process of adoption was completed in February when the second 10-year implementation plan document was adopted in the basis that we are not starting from scratch. We are conscious of the results of the first 10 year. And then what does each 10-year lap mean to us as we are contextualizing the second 10-year implementation plan? We are saying in 2063, which is the destination, we want to realize our vision. There's nothing wrong with achieving it earlier than that. We want Africa, the Africa that we want in 2033 is more integrated, prosperous, and we are accelerating towards it because we didn't do well in the convergence state. We are having a backlog, we are having unfulfilled performance targets, so we need to accelerate. We're anticipating that if we do the acceleration that we are talking about, the global world will start to have jaws down by the third implementation phase to say that what has Africa been doing right? So much that we are now starting to see wealthy Africans. We are now starting to see silenced guns in Africa. So when we say the third decade is a decade of impact, we are saying it's a decade that we have done so well in our closed door that the world cannot ignore us as we go into that third decade. The context of moonshots is that, therefore, because we know the backlog that we are carrying, we are acknowledging that we have not done well. We are also acknowledging in this decade that we are experiencing new shocks. Climate change has worsened. We are experiencing issues around energy. Energy is not enough for us. We are experiencing other challenges, but we are still saying, moon shooting concepts say that against all odds, we are going to achieve what we want to achieve. Therefore, in 2033, one of the moonshots that speaks to the aspiration of prosperity is that every AU member state attains at least middle income status. In terms of democracy, we are saying public institutions are more responsive, which means that the parliaments are in their seat and doing what they are set out to do. Therefore, those who had been positioning themselves or we've been experiencing themselves as weak links, we are saying that a team is as strong as its weakest link. Can we all pull up our socks in our spaces of mandate and execute for the agenda? The other moonshots, each moonshot is aligned to an aspiration. For us to be a well-cultured Africa, we want African values to be explicit and promoted. And the parliaments, if we are the ones to be speaking or representing the voice of the citizens must experience good values, and we must explicitly promote them to our citizenry. I want now to speak to how we believe the Pan-African Parliament, the national parliaments, the regional parliaments should posture for effective implementation. Firstly, it should be about what are the hindrances. Climate change, I've mentioned it. It's a stubborn monster looking at us. Firstly, we used to see it as far-fetched. We are experiencing it. A number of countries had experienced floods and droughts. A lot of the capacity, economic capacity of our member state that could be taking us to the wealth and prosperity are now dealing with the emerging challenges of climate change. We have unexploited potential in terms of our human resources. Some countries are experiencing serious brain drain, mineral resources. The key thing is that the policies, the laws that you pass, are they protecting our minerals? Are they promoting our exploitation of minerals? Are they protecting illicit financial flows? This is what we expect those responsible for policy, your oversight responsibility to be covering Agenda 2063. If we are not at play, we are going to see ourselves continue to pass laws that are compromising us in terms of our mineral gains, taking them to those who don't have them under the ground but benefiting more. We have to be looking at peace and security wherever we convene. It's a serious hindrance. I'll speak to that later. We need to exploit science and technology. It's a key hindrance to the success of Agenda 2063. How do we accelerate coordination and implementation arrangements? We need to domesticate. And once more, let's take the agenda to its citizens, the citizens of Africa. They need to own it. When you own something, when it is ailing or something is wrong with it, it concerns you and you do something about it. That is why we want the agenda. The vision also has pronounced that it is citizen-driven. And allow me to pass other accelerators and speak to what exactly was pronounced in the documents, in the decision, in the framework document for Pan-African Parliament, and in extension, our national parliaments to do. We need to advocate for adoption of the Agenda 2063 framework as a blueprint for Africa's development. And this means that as you are debating national development plans, you should be looking for how is it aligning to Agenda 2063. If not, we need you to come up with robust motions that say, go back. Say to the technical people, go back and align with Agenda 2063. And I'll explain why that is very critical. We needed the Pan-African Parliament to educate the citizens. And to some extent, the legislators. We needed the Pan-African Parliament to ensure that all members of regional parliament and political parties in their manifestos, they pronounce and align to Agenda 2063. This was very crucial, and we thought that we are catching it. In this first year of decade, our intention was that all countries that are going to elections, all of their political parties are aware of Agenda 2063. They align in the spirit that they see themselves as the next leaders. We didn't want to start from scratch when a certain party win elections to start from zero educating them on Agenda 2063. We've missed the boat in most of those countries that are going for elections, but we still are available for a catch-up. We are available to support, in that perspective, the Pan-African Parliament to deliver on this mandate, to also domesticate Agenda 2063 into regional and national plans. In terms of monitoring and evaluation, I've already talked to the second 10-year implementation plan as a checkpoint, a second checkpoint of the 50-year plan. But we are also doing, we had been doing biennial reports. Every 2 years, we were trying to assess how far are we in terms of implementing. We still have 17 member states who have never reported their performance on Agenda 2063. And I'm worried that as we are here today, our parliaments and the parliaments of those 17 member states are aware that they never reported. There has been an agreement between the UN Secretary General, AU, and the UN. This is to say that the intention is for us to co-deliver Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Some of the legislators were asking, what is the difference? The difference is that one is a global strategy, the other is a continental strategy. In the continental strategy, this is how we look deep into ourselves and commit very well so that the impact of our good doing could be felt in the indicators of the SDGs. I want to emphasize that if our vision says that we want to be a force to reckon in the global arena, basically what it means is that the globe does not look for Agenda 2063 indicators when they want to see who Africa is. They will go to the global strategy, the SDGs, and we have to influence by getting right our continental strategy indicators so that when they beep into the SDG indicators, they'll find that we are doing very well. Currently, both the SDGs and Agenda 2063 are poorly performing at 12% and 15% respectively. The signed document, the framework of 2015, had many themes. One of them being that we needed to create awareness of this. But we did not. That is why in Africa, in most of our parliaments, the best we can see is a parliamentary committee on SDGs and no parliamentary committee on Agenda 2063. And we are seeing some of the departments saying, we are not able to report on Agenda 2063 because UN give us money to go and do the evaluation reports, collect data from the district, but Agenda 2063 is not doing that. The key question is that if we had been aware of this joint implementation of the two agendas, would we still be talking about that? The other critical theme was integration of the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 into national development plans. If we are not even aware that we have to do this joint implementation, as we evaluate and adopt and debate our national development plans at Parliament, are we aware that we needed to check the coherence between Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063? I've been crying and stating what is not right. Not all is lost. We are seeing some countries that are showing cooperation frameworks and integration of the two agendas. I'm just citing here some of the countries that have gone to that step. And where I said, we are not judging, we are saying that whatever happened in the first 10 years is a rare mirror. We are looking at a broader space. We are looking at the windscreen to go forward. Therefore, we call upon member states to attempt alignment. We are having long-term medium development plans of member states integrating the two, and we encourage other member states to follow suit. And then I want to say that we are aware of challenges and hindrances that the Pan-African Parliament and other parliaments are experiencing. There's poor line of sight in terms of, do we really see how the continental strategy, how the global strategy and national development plans have to align. As we play oversight and as we approve national development plans, are we conscious of this line of sight? I want to emphasize that as human beings, it becomes painful and it becomes something that you can reject when those evaluating the SDGs or Agenda 2063 come and tell you you are not doing well. The perfect thing is that if we adopt and align NDPs, we would have known from the onset that we are not doing well, looking at our performance against national development plans. That helps us into the next step of correction. The first step to correction is acceptance. If it comes from us that, wait a minute, we are not doing well in NDP, therefore you are not surprised that in Agenda 2063 and SDGs, we are also not doing well. It is better posture to get to solution mode. So let's align, let's have this line of sight so that the correcting mode becomes a little bit better. I want to speak to a weakness of pure awareness of key policy organ decisions and instruments on Agenda 2063. There are policy organ decisions, there are instruments that we are not aware of. I'll speak to that consequence later. We don't have a very clear feedback loop. We have a distinct, the executive, the legislator. Are they really speaking to each other? If we are doing oversight, can we call the other structure accountable that every time you come from the heads of states meeting, from the executive council, where is the correct loop to feed parliament? I'll mention one or two documents that if we are to be shooting from our space of knowledge, the documents of the launching the second 10-year implementation plan were distributed in February, and most of us as speakers here and member states, there were delegates from our countries. To what extent had these documents been shared? To what extent had the decisions at those meetings been shared? Because they implicate you as parliaments, not necessarily implicating you negatively. They are empowering you in terms of clarity of what you have to look for in your oversight responsibility. What am I calling you to do, therefore, as I almost conclude? I'm saying from the desk, from a technical desk, and a willing heart to make the second 10-year implementation plan perform better than the first 10-year. Let us take the agenda to its own citizens, who are very diverse, and we need you to posture as a very strong oversight structure. Domesticate, build effective coordination mechanism, have content to be able to interrogate the policies and laws that are put before you, checking alignment to Agenda 2063. You need to deploy that strong oversight muscle. We need you to do that because we need somebody who has a hawk eye and a very liberal and strong responsibility like the parliaments to call everybody to order and deliver on Agenda 2063. Coordination structures, Pan-African Parliament, the National Parliament, are we clear of what should glue us together? We need in the second 10-year to go beyond us as these structures into maybe our lower structures, our local governance structures, as we go into the NDPs. Let me put an example that for us at SDGs to be looking at mortality rate, it starts from the scratch that in the local areas, are the roads good for an expectant mother to see a doctor as early as she can so that the infant she's carrying would be saved? So it goes beyond just what the dashboard of the SDG says. It should go down to, as the councils meet, the local authorities meet, are they aware that for them to advocate for the clinic to reduce the distance between people and the health facilities, that is where it should start. And policies and decisions, I'll be speaking to that, it is almost my last point, to say that we are having low ratifications of decisions of treaties and protocols, that are affecting the implementation of Agenda 2063. I want to pose a question that in our oversight responsibility, are we aware of the rate of ratification of AU treaties, the protocols? Are we aware of the unimplemented decisions of the heads of states, the unimplemented structures and strategies that are passed at the AU Assembly and Executive Council and other structures? And are we aware of how they affect the implementation of the agenda? If we are, the Malabo Protocol is the shoe that is tied on the feet of the Pan-African Parliament. That is not the only thing. We have had prolonged. It took so long for most member states to look at AFCFTA protocol. We are having the reforms agenda. It is taking too long. All our prescriptions in terms of the medicines to the ills of Africa are contained in the decisions, and it's taking so long. And our oversight structures are aware of that at country level and as a collective. I want to end by saying we cannot do without healthy legislators. I'm saying healthy because our health, either good or bad, empowers or disempower you from biting, from playing your oversight, from enforcing, from rewarding negatively or positively. I commit, as I submit that, we are finalizing the domestication of Agenda 2063 guidelines. We will be developing country profiles. If I may whisper to your ears, out of record, is that we are banking on you to demand to see them and to be conscious of the profile of each country. In that profile, we'll just be communicating how have we been experiencing you as the African Union in the implementation of Agenda 2063. You also have a full right to cause us to account at African Union. This is how you've been pulling the leg to standing between the citizens of Africa experiencing this noble vision. You have been doing X, Y, Z. In that case, we will be approving through the Ministerial Committee on Agenda 2063, and we will be saying, knocking into the Botswana door to say, Botswana, from the 3 reviews, you've submitted 1. Botswana, from these protocols that are affecting Agenda 2063 this way, we have not seen you ratify 1, 2, 3. We respect the sovereignty of member states, but we believe in intentionality that for the second 10 year, we are bringing it to your conscience that you have failed us or you have helped us. Thank you very much. I have in the screen the contact. We've talked to the clerks yesterday. I believe they have this presentation or similar, where you said we need volunteers to say that, can you try us? Try with us. We will be an example for effective domestication of Agenda 2063. Thank you very much. Let me submit here.
Your Excellencies, I would like, on behalf of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the members of the Bureau, to thank Madame Boto for the presentation that she has made on Agenda 2063, highlighting, as she did, that Agenda 2063 is a 50-year plan of the Union, which all organs of the Union are enjoined to align to, indicating further that there have been 2 decades since the launch of Agenda 2063 in 2013, that there has been an assessment of these 2 decades and learnings taken from the 2 decades. She has indicated that the factors influencing the success and prospects of Agenda 2063 include financing of the agenda itself, strengthening national coordination and implementation modalities and structures, building the human capacity and capital of Africa, building institutions that have catalytic effect on the agenda, such as the REX, the Pan-African Parliament, and national structures, indicating some of the exogenous factors, such as climate change and pandemics, that have impacted the implementation of the agenda, and indicating that there should be African ownership of this agenda, and calling upon, finally, the Pan-African Parliament to oversight the executive's implementation of the strategy and implementation of decisions, as well as creating awareness for African citizens. Your Excellencies, we have circulated in the chamber speaker list forms for distinguished delegates to indicate their desire to intervene on this particular presentation. And I would like to invite Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament to facilitate the engagement with the distinguished interveners. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Forms in this color were circulated for you if you are interested to speak. You just indicate your name and country. So if you didn't receive any, but you are interested also in making a submission, just raise up your hand. A form will be delivered to you. Our ushers, stand up, come. Yeah, those are the ushers this side. Indicate to the usher, they will give you a form. So far we have Nigeria, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker Benjamin. We have Excellency Right Honorable Advocate Mdenda, Zimbabwe. We have Libya, Awida, Deputy Speaker, that's Doma. We also have Lamini Eswatini, and then Anadif Yusuf Mahamat Chad. I'm receiving some more, and this is Nigeria and Zambia. So I'll proceed. I now give the floor to the Right Honorable Benjamin Okezi, Deputy Speaker, is also Kalu. His name is Kalu, Nigeria. We have a rule in this parliament that you speak for 3 minutes. So make sure you organize your speech in a manner that you can conclude this in 3 minutes. The mics are likely to switch off after 3 minutes, but in case you are still suffocated, you may ask for an extra minute. So we proceed. Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Kalu of Nigeria, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you also, the honorable colleagues here present, and the presenter. This is the second day I'm listening to your presentation on this topic, and each day it gets clearer on what Agenda 2063 is all about. I want to commend you for that beautiful presentation. That the idea is wonderful, we are pursuing it, but we are struggling. We are struggling because of the gaps that you have mentioned. I only want to pick on 2 or 3 of them. Before I do that, let me also mention that one of the gaps that you highlighted previously, and I think you mentioned sparsely today, is the issue of awareness. It appears to me that MDGs or the SDGs now is more popular than Agenda 2063 in Africa. It's more popular in the rural areas because of their implementation strategy, and also because of some of these gaps that I want to mention. One is the issue of financing. You have also agreed that financing is an issue with regards to this agenda. So the question becomes, how do we make it a household project, a household agenda without fund? It will be difficult. And you have highlighted that we cannot depend on external bodies to be able to push on this project. We need to own it. We need to finance it. But you did not project in explicit manner how this financing is going to come locally. And I want to ask, would it be a good idea for Africa to look at PPP, private-public partnership, in raising funds for the fulfillment of the objectives of this agenda? And then as legislators in our various parliament, legislating that those who participate, especially in infrastructure development that is in line with this Agenda 2063, will be incentivized, maybe through a tax break for some of them. Is that a good idea? Because we need to break this thing down and know what we are taking back to our parliament. This is how we can fund our own projects that we own. That is one. Another one I want to mention is that it appears to me there is a strong overlap between the Agenda 2063 and SDGs. I heard you talk about, health facilities and all the rest of them within 5 kilometers, which is also one of the agenda of the SDGs. Are they not overlapping so much? If they are, and SDGs is taking care of some of these responsibilities, do we not prioritize on the ones that are outside the list of the SDGs to be able to drive efficiency in a better form? On implementation, and with regards to implementation and oversight, how it is being done in various countries, especially in my own country where I come from, Nigeria, SDGs implementation is being monitored by, executed by the ministries in charge of that, and also oversighted by the parliament. The parliament is involved. But here in AU, the parliament is outside. Oh, it has gone up. Please give me 1 more minute, please. 1 more minute, please. Thank you very much. Having said that, let me also mention the issue of knowledge and technology capability. For us to drive 2063, there is every reason for people to have the right capacity to drive it. We cannot go to Europe and borrow people that will help us implement our agenda. So to achieve that, what are we doing about this knowledge that is lacking, capacity that is lacking? Will it be a wrong proposal for us to say, let us establish centers known as centers of excellence across the various regions of Africa, where we can build capacities in technology, capacities in knowledge, so that we'll be able to own this project, and when we own this project, we'll be able to run with it. Let me stop there because of want of time. Thank you very much, Madam Presenter and Mr. President.
Next is Speaker Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I thank the presenter for the candid presentation done, especially where the presenter is acknowledged that to quote here, we didn't do well. Mr. President, is the President with me? Mr. President, the first port of call to me is the transformation of the African Union Commission. The Executive Council of the AU, supported by Summit, did indicate that the African Union Commission needs to be transformed in order to be effective. And in that context, place the Pan-African Parliament in a better position in terms of funding, which would enable PAP to coordinate implementation of Agenda 2063. Secondly, I've been Speaker for 10 years now, and I have not received any invitation or questionnaire asking our Parliament as to how we are and have implemented the 7 aspirations and the 20 goals of the Agenda 2063. So there is, I think, the question of communication, and I don't know how the statistics emerged in terms of the presenter saying we didn't do well, and this, of course, is reflected in the degree of effectiveness which is registered as poor, and also on the question of sustainability, also registered as very, very weak. I think it is important that when I can't come from Zimbabwe and speak for 3 minutes. Having spent taxpayers' money, I think the rule should not apply to speakers, because we need to be authoritative in our presentation. We are not ordinary members of PAP who are coming here for assembly. This is a special conference of speakers of parliament.
Now, because of the clapping and the popularity of your suggestion, we are temporarily suspending the 3-minute rule, but only to request that be aware that we, at the end of the day, have time constraints. So we allow you as speakers, yes, very well respected, very important, manage your time.
Mr. President, I've been shortchanged by that rule. It means that Nigeria speaker has been shortchanged, so you will give me more time.
Right, Honorable. At the end of the day, we will allow you to extend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the indulgence. I was going to propose that for the future, I think the staff should come from behind you so that they don't overshadow your face, Mr. President. I was going to propose that if we could have a questionnaire, Madam Bayendi, directed to parliaments, specifically asking us how we have performed, so that we can give you the responses from our parliamentary perspective. Secondly, we would also want you to indicate what sort of barometer are you using in the monitoring and evaluation of the 10-year period. Talking about the 10-year period, it is my humble suggestion that 10 years period of evaluation at the end is too long. It will be better to have evaluation every 5 years so that you can keep tag of what is happening. 10 years is a long time, and people may tend to forget. The other issue is that we should not give, reasons like climate change and the question of energy as factors hindering progress in the implementation of Agenda 2063. I think climate change presents opportunities for us to go for renewable energy programs. The question of climate change also should spare us to look at our natural resources, where, for example, we can trade in carbon credits and thereby increase our revenues for our countries. So climate change, energy challenges must be turned into opportunities. Otherwise, yes, thank you, Mr. President. Otherwise, those are the few suggestions I'm putting across, and I think we can try to achieve the aspirations of Agenda 2063 as well as its 20 goals, provided there's better coordination between the AU Commission, PAP, and our national parliaments. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Next is Libya. This is Deputy Speaker Doma Awida.
Shukran, Siyat Rai.
Thank you, Mr. President, for having given me the floor to talk about the plan and to make comments on Agenda 2063. I would like to thank the Pan-African Parliament for this important work they have done in spite of financial difficulties they have faced. This is the reason why we are saying that this Parliament be financially independent from the African Union Commission in order to discharge the duties entrusted to it. We're talking about Agenda 2063. Now, in the Libyan Parliament, we have tried to comply with the requirements of this agenda because we have tried to have the right growth rate in accordance with the IMF reports. We're also in constant touch with you when it comes to the activities we conduct, and we do comply with the reports made by PAP. As the previous speaker said, in the field of democracy, the Libyan Parliament has passed laws for the establishment of committees in charge of organizing legislative and presidential elections. And in fact, this committee is supervising these activities, and there has been an equal representation of women who represent 18% of the candidates during these elections. Now we've increased this to 30% of female representation in order to highlight the role of women and the youth. We also have the High Command of Libyan forces, which has enhanced domestic security, which has been conducive to development. We have also put in place a development and reconstruction fund, and this fund has played an important role in building road infrastructure, because for the past 10 years, Libya has gone through a very difficult political situation, and peace and security officers will come and talk to you one day about the situation which is prevalent in Libya. Libya has also tried to improve reconciliation between Libyan brothers. Now, with respect to Agenda 2063 issues, I seriously believe that there should be official communication and contacts between the Parliament and us in order to have more knowledge about your plan, which we will be submitting to our Parliament to implement the activities. We've been informed about the plan now, and I think this plan is actually implementable. It could be implemented before 2063. Why should we wait for so many years before we can benefit from the valuable resources which all our countries have? I believe that Africans should also benefit from their own resources. Libya is always with the rest of Africa, and we are the entry point to the north of the continent to enter the continent. The African Union was established in the Libyan city of Sirte. Dear brothers and sisters, we are saying that this plan should be assessed jointly by African parliaments as well as our national parliaments, and we should assess the difficulties we face. And this recovery process should be done in 5 years' time and not in 40 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much, Libya. We, of course, urge you, Libya, to settle your differences. The conflict in Libya is not helping Africa. So can you try and establish one government? You have one parliament, but two governments. But we welcome you here at PAP. We're a platform for everybody on the continent. So you are very much welcome anytime. Yeah, as you promise to come back to a situation where the whole country is working with one common purpose. I see members of parliament who have registered to speak. This is a conference of speakers. So we didn't want members of parliament to dominate the conference, but you are welcome as assistants and supporting your speakers. You sit here advising, giving information. But in some cases, you may argue that you are representing your speaker, so you have right to take the floor. I don't know. I see Algeria. There is Ausara Reda.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to convey the greetings of the President of the Algerian Parliament, who's asked me to convey his greetings to you. We are talking about Agenda 2063 today, And we know that this is an extremely important issue, and I fully agree with my colleague from the Parliament of Nigeria who spoke about difficulties we encounter in implementing the objectives, as well as the gap that exists between the objectives and the daily lives of African populations. Today, we are at we represent populations. Why do we have this gap? This is because the implementation mechanism varies from one country to the other. We also have the environment to take on board. You know that sustainable development requires a conducive environment so that we can interact among ourselves. We have problems of education, which is, of course, the theme of the African Union, and that is the focus of our discussions today. This education should be adapted to Africa's needs. One example, next Sunday, there we have 11 million pupils who will be starting the new academic year out of a population of 45 million Algerians. So 11 young kids will go back to school, and we have 500,000 teachers who will be educating these children. So we have to create a conducive environment. We also have problems of democracy in terms of elections, dialogue, etc. These are very important matters which we are trying to handle in Algeria. We're very proud of the way in which recent elections were organized in Algeria. In fact, this has been an important step to enable the president, Mr. Abdulmajid Majoun, to realize his aspirations, starting with the Conference of the People. We also have security issues. Security is a very crucial factor in our country. But as I said, we have education, democracy, and security as the most important priorities. But in Africa, we are facing serious security issues in all parts of the continent. And this has a negative impact on sustainable development and the realization of Agenda 2063. Mr. President, we don't forget that using this African Forum, we should enhance our efforts to build a prosperous future for Africa and find African-based solutions to African problems. Algeria is present in the Security Council and is working on reforms to be undertaken in the Security Council so that Africa ultimately has a permanent seat on the Security Council, so that all injustices against Africa are corrected, so that the African populations are totally free from colonization, so that the Sahrawi people can also be further supported to enable it to enjoy its right to self-determination, so that they can fully participate in international democratic activities as a full-fledged member of the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. President, in conclusion, as parliamentarians representing African populations, we should do our best to strengthen this parliament, which is celebrating its 20 years of existence. We need to conduct reforms, and we need to further assess the parliament so that it can accomplish the role which should be its role. We should achieve these objectives for the well-being and the development of the Pan-African Parliament. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Shukran. I don't know in this case, a honorable member of PAP, Honorable Miriam Chonya from Zambia is registered. I don't know whether standing in for the speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Indeed, I'm standing in for the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, the Right Honorable Speaker, Madam Nelly Moti, attending to other duties outside Zambia, actually. As we are aware, our speaker is actually also an award-winning parliamentarian for the Commonwealth Parliamentarian of the Year 2013 award. 2023 award, sorry. And recently, I must mention, Mr. President, that I was nominated by herself to be the Women Political Leaders Ambassador in Zambia. And therefore, I wanted to use this opportunity in debating this subject on the Agenda 2063 to actually zero in on the aspect of gender, because I know that this is a subject that is very much talked about, but very little being done, in that regard. So from the perspective of the African Union, gender equality is indeed a priority subject with its long-term vision for the continent. Under this vision, it is envisaged that there would be gender equality in all spheres of life with equal participation and representation of women in all spheres. The vision of Africa under Agenda 2063 aims to promote attainment of full gender parity, with women occupying 50% of elected offices at state, regional, and local bodies, and 50% of managerial positions in government and the private sector. This is what the AU and later on us here in PAP aspire for. And among the 7 aspirations outlined in the agenda, aspiration number 6 and its related goal number 17 specifically focus on the continent achieving full gender equality to enable a people-driven development for Africa. Further, under Article 19 of the Protocol to the African Charter on Peoples and Human Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, also known as the Maputo Protocol, the protocol calls on states parties to ensure that, in addition to guaranteeing the rights to equality and non-discrimination in domestic constitutions or their equivalent, they must also ensure that all domestic laws guarantee gender equality before the law and equal protection of the law. The measures enable us to attain the goal of Agenda 2063 to attain a 50% representation. Well, the measures, that are in place seem to be far-fetched. Most of the countries have very few women in governance positions. And if I give an example of my country, Zambia, in parliament currently, there are only 15.6% of us, which is about 26 women out of the 167 members of parliament. And this is a reduction, Mr. President, from the last statistics when we were at 18%, at which there were 31 out of 167 members. And this picture, Mr. President, is not very different from what is happening in many countries. And so today, when we are reflecting, at realizing the Agenda 2063, which is 39 years from now, I'm wondering why the women should wait for such a long time before they are recognized to occupy, these positions, whether be it in politics, in business, or in other spheres. I strongly believe that this parliament, is one platform that can help us accelerate the progress that women, must attain when it comes to their representation in governance processes. Let's take the admirable example of Rwanda, who have far exceeded, this target. They don't have to wait for these 39 years that other African countries are being, subjected to wait, until 2063. So, Mr. President, I wanted to really take advantage of this platform and appeal, that we do something very practical that will help us, to push up this very important human resource, reposited in the women, that can help us to even push other developmental agendas, because by excluding women, Mr. President, it means that we are missing out on the input that can be made by half of the human, population. Mr. President, there is need to strengthen measures towards addressing the gender disparity. We are not doing enough as a continent, and if we continue on this trajectory, we may not reach the goals that we have set ourselves even by the year 2063. There should also be deliberate efforts to empower women and stimulate their participation in politics and governance. Women remain at the end of the economic pendulum, and it is important that deliberate measures are put in place to empower women. We have sufficient platforms for women to engage. Within PAP, we have the Parliamentary Women's Caucus. I talked about, the new responsibility that I've been given to be an ambassador for women political leaders in Zambia, and I believe that these platforms do exist, elsewhere. What we need is a support of legislative bodies, and also, platforms like PAP to help us quickly realize this agenda. We've been doing model laws, for PAP for various aspects. I don't know whether, the model law on gender has already been formulated in addition to the protocols, that we have signed, both at regional and continental level, that speak to gender, and yet with very little results, to show for that. So we need to walk the talk and ensure that this aspiration for gender equality, becomes a reality. After all, it is a very important ingredient for our own national and continental and even global developmental agenda. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the Speaker of Lesotho, Toloang Sekamane.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have 3 points to make. The first one is to thank heartily the presenter, our sister Kibarunye, for a very clear, inspiring, and very articulate presentation. I must say that she succeeded to make me buy into some of the concepts that prior to now I had not even contemplated about this Agenda 2063. So thank you very much. The second point is that this comes at an opportune time for us in the Kingdom of Lesotho. It is true that we have the Committee on SDGs, and we don't have a committee on Agenda 2063. And I look at it now and I think, whose agendas are this? We surely should have our own committee dealing with Agenda 2063, because that is our agenda. That is our homegrown domestic agenda addressing our own goals and aspirations. It also comes at an opportune time for the Kingdom of Lesotho in that we are now in the midst of reforms that are destined to change our parliament permanently and indelibly. So I feel very lucky to be attending this conference at this time and to be so inspired about this agenda 2063, so that it will become a large part, a key part of the reforms that we are undertaking at the moment. The last point that I'd like to make, Mr. President, relates to coordination across the African continent relating to this Agenda 2063. I think that I would like to buy in and echo the words of my senior speaker for Zimbabwe, on the point of regularity in terms of contacts, questionnaires, and continue to nudge speakers and parliaments to report regularly. 10 years is too long. I support very strongly 5 years, but even between the 5 years and during the 5 years, there should be constant nudging and reminding of both the speakers and the parliaments. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next speaker is the retired General Nyambuya Michael, who is the Deputy President of the Senate of Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity. I just want to make 2 points. My speaker here, I think, has made a very elaborate contribution. And the first point I will make, Mr. President, is to do with ownership. I mean, I'm pro-offering perhaps one of the reasons why we are failing to progress substantially in Agenda 2063. Africa must take full ownership. And when we talk of full ownership, we are talking of the people of Africa. We have a big challenge in Africa because we are not in control of the media. And yet today, life moves because of the media. The media is everything. The media and movies. Those of you who have seen perhaps one of the movies called The Gods Must Be Crazy will agree with me that such movies, try to project Africans as barbaric, uncivilized. And some of the movies which we ourselves as Africans are showing promote witchcraft, magic, and things which do not help our cause at all. Russia has got Russian television. That's its media which tells the Russian story. China has got CGTN. The Arab world have got Al Jazeera. And today Al Jazeera is doing a great work telling the story of the Arabs in their war with Israel. The British have got BBC. Americans have got CNN. In Africa, people tell our story for us. We never tell our own narrative. And yet, in today's world, it is the mindset which helps you achieve what you want to achieve. Our education system today, in most of our countries, churn out graduates who look for employment. How can we achieve Agenda 2063 if we do not churn out the graduates we want? So I think we should take the issue of the media very seriously, and the social media as well. Second point, Mr. President, sir, is the issue of economic dependence. We are being summoned left, right, and center to Japan for the Japan-Africa Conference, Korea, Saudi Arabia, Britain, America-Africa Conference, Russia, China, all over. We are being summoned. It is my humble submission that we should go to these forums on our terms. We should ensure that whatever we are doing in terms of cooperation with these powers is on our terms. Otherwise, we risk the problem of having gone through the first scramble for Africa in 1884 when we were cannibalized in Berlin. And this might be the second scramble for Africa. We should avoid at all costs having our resources being exploited for nothing by these powers who are pretending to love us. It is high time we made chocolate in Ghana. High time we beneficiated platinum in South Africa, in Zimbabwe. High time we developed fabric industry in countries which produce cotton rather than keep on exporting raw materials. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Eswatini, are you speaking on behalf of your speaker? Honorable Lamini, are you in the chamber?
Yes.
Is it a presentation about the speaker or it's your own? If it is not for the speaker, I see. Okay, sorry.
Mr. President,
Yes.
can I just ask for your indulgence on this one?
Okay.
When the Secretariat were distributing these forms, they were giving the forms to the speakers and the members of Parliament. And there was no mention of saying it is only the speakers that are going to say something. So I think maybe in the next presentation, then we can correct it and be given only to the speakers. So my humble plea is that you allow our Member of Parliament to present, because he is the one who prepared all the questions that he wants to ask. So I'm asking I'm pleading to the President to allow our Member of Parliament to continue and present what he wanted to present. Even though I am here, I am giving him the permission. Thank you.
I think the import of what you said is that he will present and he will not present. Are you also going to make a submission?
Not on this one.
Okay.
So I'm asking that my Member of Parliament continue to do the presentation.
Okay, no, that's good. It's understandable. You are ceding your space to Honorable Welcome Lamini, so he can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable President, and thank you to my speaker for pleading my case. Honorable President, one would like to appreciate the opportunity that the forum that you've provided to the African Union Commission to speak to the right audience regarding the issue of Agenda 2063. Because if you look at the first 10-year implementation plan, how it performed poorly, you can see that they were talking to the wrong crowd or to the wrong audience. But now you've provided the right platform for them to talk to the correct crowd or audience. I think for me it was just a mistake that at the conception of this Agenda 2063, the Pan-African Parliament was ignored, that the strategy was not brought into the Pan-African Parliament. And I can guarantee you that going forward, the second 10-year implementation plan will bear different results because it has now been presented to the correct audience. And I'm happy that there's been acknowledgement of the oversight responsibility that PAP should play in the second 10-year implementation plan. And then I'm just pleading with the AU to then adequately resource PAP to be able to carry out its oversight responsibility of this Agenda 2063. I was quite amazed at learning that almost 40% of the budget of the AU is left unused at the end of the financial year, which then means that the reasons for not resourcing the Pan-African Parliament is not due to the lack of finances, and neither is it a technical shortage, but more political. So I think we really, as the Pan-African Parliament, we need to be recognized for the role that we play in terms of the oversight responsibility, and we should be resourced adequately as such. And Honorable President, I think it's about time that the Pan-African Parliament also seeks to exercise its function in as far as the budget of the AU is concerned, because the protocol states that the budget has to come to this chamber, debated by this chamber, and discussed by this chamber, and passed by this chamber, but then that is not happening, which is why you find that at the end of the day, it is the Pan-African Parliament that has to go with their cap in hand, begging the AU for resources or for financing. And Honorable President, the AU, the Commission mentioned that there is low ratification of the treaties and protocols that have an effect in the implementation of the Agenda 2063. Can they give us the list of the treaties and protocols? Because as my other colleagues said previously, that our national parliaments and our parliamentarians actually have little knowledge of Agenda 2063. How much more than on the protocols that have an effect on the implementation of Agenda 2063? If you could have those protocols and treaties, and also the list of countries that haven't ratified such treaties. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you very much. We have a request that is just come in from Deputy Speaker of Malawi, Right Honorable Kazombo.
Mr. President, let me do echo my friends and emphasize that the Agenda 2063 is very good. If this is implemented, for sure Africa will be somewhere, because this is a continent which is blessed with a lot of, I wish, Mr. President, I could have my attention. The Secretary, you are disturbing our President. Secretary, you are disturbing our President. You know, Mr. President, you are the chief. So when you have the opportunity to address the chief, you don't want any other person, whether he's an Induna or... So what I'm saying is, Mr. President, is the Agenda 2063 gives an opportunity for Africa to come out where we are. But for so long, we've been taken as a dark continent. And yet, if there's a continent which is blessed, it's Africa. We have water, young, energetic men and women. We have the resources, go to Zimbabwe, gold, diamonds, South Africa. But if you look at the people of Africa themselves, it's pathetic. And I want, in my presentation, bring in the challenges that we have as a continent. Number one, we don't trade among ourselves. That's the main challenge, trade. Today, someone from Malawi would better go to China and buy things in China, other than ourselves trading. You have one part of the continent having hunger, and yet another part having maize. But for us to trade in between is a challenge. So the trade barriers, we don't add value to what we do produce. Malawi has the best tobacco, because our soils are good. But unfortunately, all the tobacco goes to Europe. Our farmers, what they get, our young men, their labor is being exported to Asia or to Europe or to America. We lay behind in technology. Our farmers still are using hose,
some tractors. Something that could be done within a few hours is done in months because of the manual labor technology. Mr. President, the issue of visa, for me to go to another country in West Africa, I need a visa. Mr. President, even mobility, it's expensive for me to go to South Africa than for me to go to UK, the air ticket. So these are the issues. As Parliament, as speakers, what is it that can bring a change to our executive? We can be talking and talking and talking. The sad thing is, if we don't change the way we've done things before, come to the city, things remain the same they are at the moment. It's high time having such conferences. Let's put this into action. So trade barriers. You see, even here in South Africa, Malawians are being chased. We become friendly to foreigners than to ourselves, Africans. It's high time that we change the way we do things. Otherwise, the agenda is good, but it's high time as Africa we take charge. And as speakers, this is an opportunity for us to change the way things are done. We have the lake, we have the waters, we have the diamond, we have the silver. In Malawi, we have the elephants, we have the lions. We can do better in tourism. But our trade barriers, the issue of visa, and lastly, we are using the US dollar. I'm coming to South Africa, I'm buying a ticket, I'm using US dollars. Why are you clinging to somebody's currency? Why can't we have our own currency? It's unfortunate, Mr. President. And that's why our friends, they've taken advantage of our debts. African countries today are heavily indebted because we cling to somebody from the West. Yet, we can do better ourselves. Thanks so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We will have a presentation, an exhaustive presentation tomorrow. It was for this afternoon. The presenter, whatever happened to the flight, is only landing at 9 p.m. So tomorrow we'll have quite an exhaustive discussion and raising issues and the questions to the experts on the issues of trade on the continent. And I foresee a very live and interesting session. Maybe at the end of the day we'll ask the question, yes, we are all very eloquent about challenges that we are facing on the continent. And I think as we get to Thursday, Friday, what should we do as parliaments? Real, practical, workable steps. What should we do as parliaments? We cannot all lament all the time the challenges of Africa. They are well written, articulated. So what should we be doing as parliaments? Are parliaments the missing dimension in the equation? I think we should try and develop answers. In order to close, before I close, I want to be fair and ensure a level playing field and allow the Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, who was constrained by time to 3 minutes when others did 5 or more. So can you tell us what was left?
I will yield the floor back to you till tomorrow because the time, night is fast spent. By tomorrow, I will take my time today and add to what I will do in my intervention tomorrow, as the House pleases. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm investing it for tomorrow.
Thank you. It's also good to reserve energy for tomorrow. So this brings us to the end of questions or comments on the presentation. I will ask the presenter to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President and Excellencies, for the questions and comments that I've received. I really take it as an opportunity, one, to acknowledge the diversity in the room in terms of level of knowledge and uptake of the Agenda 2063. I also take it as a feedback as we structure to do better in the second decade. Really, what must I prioritize in planning? I will take them at high level and allow me to summarize them in some instances. There was a question or a comment that the Pan-African Parliament was ignored. Maybe that is why we are suffering consequences. There's a degree of me that agree with that, but allow me to neutralize it by saying the reason why we came up, the Executive Council ended up delivering a decision that all past decisions must be implemented on Agenda 2063, is to realize that due to lack of cascading the agenda effectively, some of the organs missed their responsibility. What I was reading, that the Pan-African Parliament had to, from the onset, develop capacity of political parties at member states to infuse the agenda in their manifesto, is pronounced in the framework document, which means it has been the responsibility of the Pan-African Parliament since 2013. So we are just saying we've dropped the ball at different levels. Let's pick the ball and posture like that into the second 10-year. The other issue was raised into the challenges we experience really is in the circle of the answers are in this room and from all of us. There are protocols and treaties who had not been ratified, and it is paining the implementation of the agenda. The solution to that is what I said earlier, that we are going to be doing country profiles. In that way, we are bringing consciousness to each member state to say, are you bringing positivities or taking away? Some of them are very critical for specific aspirations of the agenda. And like I asked the clerks yesterday, I would ask that how many of us do we know the health of our relationship at member state level in terms of those ratification? Yes, respecting the sovereignty and independence of member states, but at least if it is in our consciousness that the very issue of challenges we are experiencing in visas, in free movement of people, there is something as country X that I have not ratified, which goes back to the key questions that even in education, some of the challenges that we are experiencing as member states, hence the theme of the year being education. I'm posing a thought-provoking perspective that, is it that the policies that are coming out of the African Union Commission are not good enough to be guiding member states into closing the gaps that will give Africa citizens that are knowledgeable and relevant to the job market? Or are they good policies that are not well implemented at member states? Because the implementation of the agenda is happening at member states. You have put together the African Union as a structure that develop policies, guiding policies. We all also then look at you for funding to say, the funding of the African Union has to be sustainable. We have agreements such as the Johannesburg one that had said, as member states, we will be collecting 2% levy to create that sustainable funding of the African Union. How many member states, and as Parliament, are we aware as to whether, as we debate the budget and so forth, our countries are collecting? If not, in their sovereign right, do you appreciate that and you appreciate the impact of it in implementing Agenda 2063. The Johannesburg Agreement in Financial Reforms has many years, and the strategic interrogation of the health of Agenda 2063 must be in the perspective that what can I do differently in my legislative and oversight right to make or unlock things for effective implementation. There was a very pertinent contribution on the issue of media. I want to say that I had tried to, maybe the message did not come out clearly when I was speaking to the issue of branding, and to say that collectively we are responsible for branding Africa. And in that branding, communication become a key thing. I agree with the speaker that we are responsible for the African narrative. In our begging role, we sometimes, for lack of a better word, trade off the positive African narrative in our individual pursuits. And like you were saying, what can we do differently to reverse that? This is a deep thing in that even as we get seats in platforms such as the G20, the content of our narrative and the respect that we get from the partners, that we want them to respect us because we want to be equal partners. When you are equal partners and you respect each other, you look at each other in a certain way and respect is earned. So I agree with the challenge that can we posture as Africa such that what we take out to the people, we said we wanted to be a force to reckon in the global arena. So it matters how they look at us and how they view us and how we contribute to the perspective they have about us. So I believe this is a direct take-in into the communication strategy of Agenda 2063. Strong perspective as it is, we have to come up with a solution as Africa. There had been suggestions in the communication strategy of the first plan. In the framework document, there were issues such as the radio programs, such as going to the roots to train children on the agenda. We are reviewing the communication plan, and this time around, I believe it would not be just an attachment in the agenda, it will be implemented. There was an issue of coordination, which I totally agree with, and I want to clarify the review horizons in terms of a repeated issue that we must maybe evaluate at 5 years by saying that naturally the strategic plan of a longer horizon, it is mandatory that there's a midterm review. So I believe it is okay to commit that there will be a midterm review at year 5. But I want to clarify also that when I said 17 member states had not reported on Agenda 2063, it is because currently we are having biennial reviews. That is to say, every 2 years, we do a deep check-in into how we are doing on the agenda. And we have 2 reports concluded, plus the evaluation report of the first 10 years. I want to announce that we are working on concluding the 3rd biennial report. Thus far, the statistics is that only 17 member states had reported. And I want to leverage that on the contribution of Zimbabwe that probably we should develop questionnaires. And on that respect, say that member states that have not submitted, out of this conference, can we look at our ministers of planning and say, what have you been putting on the questionnaires of the review report? This one that you currently are about to present, could you please bring it to Parliament or bring it to the rightful people to also contribute to the responses that you are giving the African Union? So for us, This is a very good barometer, and to say it would be in our interest to hear parliaments making motions that compel the executive to submit the reports on the performance of member states to AU, to pass them through parliaments or to give them an oversight opportunity to look at that. I want also to react to the aspect of Parliament is overseeing SDGs and throw a thought-provoking question that who disempowered parliaments from overseeing Agenda 2063? And allow me to say that SDGs, we are summoned to UN General Assembly. If I may compare that structure to our summoning to our General Assembly in February, where our heads of state are supposed to be looking at the agenda, and the current champion, the President of Cote d'Ivoire of Agenda 2063, in these sittings, he reports the health of the agenda to them, and we also do that by consolidating these performance reports. We have an opportunity, let's exploit it. This is one of the African pains where we see the representation, maybe even at heads of states, at the AU Assembly, going lower than their representation at the UN General Assembly. It is the SDGs, it is the global agenda, it is the Agenda 2063, the continental agenda. Are we giving them equal attention? The signed document appreciates the overlaps. The overlaps are not wrong, but we are saying because they are implemented both in our national development plans. There is no Botswana doing SDGs to achieve low mortality rate and then Botswana doing Agenda 2063. They are doing one thing that impact indicators of both Agenda 2063 and SDGs. So implementing them as one is the critical thing, and coordinating ourselves to be accountable to both indicators, yet doing one activity that would drive both. Awareness of Agenda 2063, we've dropped the ball. There was a suggestion of funding in terms of can we do public-private partnerships? At high level, there is an intention for improving the financial architecture of Africa. There had been proposals such as our African banks, and there's a sole head of state responsible for improving the financial architecture towards the achievement of Agenda 2063. And I believe that if we put ourselves from a knowledge point, absorb all the knowledge about Agenda 2063, and where we are, member states that is the champion of Agenda 2063, that is the champion of funding Agenda 2063, should converge to splitting the knowledge, the ambition, and the intentions to all the 55 member states. I think I tried to cover most of the questions and concerns. Excellencies, allow me to submit at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It has been a long day, and I think we've come to the end of this particular presentation. I'll still need to seek advice whether the one on health can be deferred to tomorrow so that Madam Clerk, you will advise how we proceed. But I want to say, to close this debate, Your Excellencies, our speakers, a point was made in the morning that I think, no, that's from Malawi. And I think someone else about meeting and talking and talking. I think we need also to ensure that at this level of speakers, we do things slightly different, we are more practical, and we need to make very strong suggestions, resolutions, you call them. The issue of implementation of policies and programs, the presenter, the director, in her response, tried to push the responsibility and even said, who disempowered the parliaments from oversighting SDGs or Agenda 26? You should have done it. That's according to what she said. But I thought you cannot just do it from nowhere. There should be linkages and an institutionalized way, a structured way of assessment or evaluation. So I don't think parliaments can just in isolation pick any business and evaluate where does it go. And I think tomorrow when we do the topic on institutional arrangements from continental to the lowest level, I think we need to look at that we need to look at mechanisms, frameworks of evaluating. That we need a framework. It can't just be done haphazardly by individuals without a proper framework. That's why the issue of questionnaire becomes very important. Because when you say you are evaluating, there should be a standard that everybody has to adhere to, and the issue of comparability. Because if one parliament says we evaluated and another, using totally different yardsticks, the results will not be comparable. So, AU, we need a framework developed to do that. And I believe as you do recommendations, we want to demand that there be frameworks on these things to the AU itself, that you can't just be doing things in Addis. Member states are paying money every year. And that takes us to the next issue of when we say 10 years was evaluated, by who? By who? And it is going to become a question again for recommendation. The evaluation done by who? There should always be, I think two things are critical in this type of work. One, when you develop policies of the AU, to what extent are parliaments involved? Are the people involved? Because you cannot say the staff in Addis are the people. That's why it was argued that an AU without a parliament, it becomes an AU of governments and member states, not an AU of the citizens. So as long as Addis develops plans, in office number 37, plans are developed. In office number 39, you evaluate them in Addis. In terms of proper governance and the participatory governance, that is improper. Someone else has to evaluate. And that's why you have parliaments. We now need an institutionalized way of parliaments, how they can evaluate. Let PAP work with national parliaments and regional parliaments and tell you what people are saying. Then, of course, we want things that are validated by the people through parliaments. The validation side is missing. Excellent speakers, she mentioned another very important point when she said the review reports, that they send them to the executive to the Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance then comments. So that questionnaire that was raised, that issue, it appears something is sent to member states, but it goes to Ministry of Finance, and they comment and it goes back to Addis. And then, but parliaments are not involved. And I think we need to, some recommendation on that one. It becomes a game of civil servants only. Civil servants in Addis and civil servants in the member states without parliaments. So these are some of the shortcomings on which speakers, parliaments should resolve on as to how the parliament should be involved in the governance of AU business. I had asked whether we end here. I've just been advised that after all, after this, we are going for dinner across, which starts at 7. I'm not saying let's sit up to 7. But I'm looking at, if we leave now, we go to hotels and come back, that also may be another business. Some are being advised that the presenter on health and pandemics is seated there ready to offload what he has, such that we could actually dispense with this presentation, which will then have the advantage of getting us closer to 6 o'clock, past 6. Then we go for our dinner before we can go to hotels. I'm just being practical that if we say go to hotels now with the congestion, to get the hotel and come back to Gallagher, especially the speakers in Centon, I think it will be a bit more tiresome. So with your indulgence, I could allow the presenter on issues of health on the continent, COVID and Mpox, to do his presentation, which will then take us to dinner, and then we go home. I take it that that's acceptable. I will ask the presenter to come forward.
Allow me to recognize all the speakers of the African national parliaments, the regional parliaments present. Also allow me to recognize His Excellency the President of Pan-African Parliament for outstanding work that he has been doing and providing the most necessary leadership when Africa needs it. Let me also recognize the previous presenter. She made all of us who work at the African Union so proud for her commitment, for her clarity. Thank you again. But with your permission, President, I stand here before you today feels of profound gratitude. On behalf of His Excellency, the Director General of the Africa CDC, Dr. Jane Kasia, for his effective leadership that he provided, and all the head of the states and the government who has elected him. They should be so proud because he is the man fit for the moment. Today, I'm going to take you through two pieces of presentations. The first one, titled The New Public Health Order, which is a vision of the African Union through the Africa CDC for preparing Africa for the future pandemics and responding to the health threat. It's not moving, okay. So if you look into this slide, it was taken yesterday, and that's the reason His Excellency, the Director General of the Africa CDC, is not here with us. Because our continent is at war again with Mpox as a virus. So he was in Burundi, one of the most affected countries, to provide solidarity, to do the supervision, and provide the most needed guidance to the technical experts who are on the grounds. And if you look into the left side, he went to one of the treatment centers that providing the treatment to those who are affected by Mpox. But Mr. President, you asked yesterday, where are we in terms of the COVID-19? This is where we are. On the 5th May, 2023, World Health Organization announced that COVID-19 is not longer a public health emergency of international concern, but it's still a public health threat. And I would like to emphasize that it's still a public health threat. Global cases of COVID-19 are declining. Also, many countries in our continents stopped reporting cases and also reporting testings as a routine. Africa CDC is encouraging the vaccination effort to be ongoing with a focus on those who are vulnerable populations, including older people, healthcare workers, and the people living with chronic health diseases. In addition, variants are being continuously monitoring by keeping an eye on the new variant, and this is significant. It's significant in such a way if the current variant could be changing and could bring us another variant which could be more transmissible, dangerous than the one spreading now. And that's critical and important. Also, it'll give us about the future variant that may emerge. That's the work that we are still doing in monitoring the COVID-19. If you look into this chart, so I can see here, as a continent, we stopped reporting cases in May 2023. In total, the World Health Organization reported that at least 7 million people, unfortunately, have died. But in our continent, we reported 257,000. They are the people. They are not just numbers. To all of you, they are people with names, and they left behind a grieving families. All of us, this generation, we will never forget the impact of COVID-19. a small virus, this magnificent August house was closed down. Many airports were closed, schools, works. This is the power of health. And in short, investing in health should not be seen as a cost. Instead, we should treat it as an investment because we have seen the impact of a virus that we could not have seen that has turned around our economy. The second part of the presentation is talking about the new public health order. It's the visions of the African Union through the Africa CDC for preparing Africa for the future pandemic and responding to health threats. One could ask why Africa needs a new public health order. The answer is here. Africa needs a new way in addressing its public health security because the existing global mechanisms, the existing policies and interventions have consistently failed Africa in addressing the Africa health security priorities. And the memories are very, very fresh. We could recall how the world has left Africa behind in accessing the life-saving vaccines. We have also seen it now in responding to the Mpox. Our effort to get the most needed life-saving vaccines is still a challenge. We have seen it in 2013, 2014, when 3 West African countries reported Ebola. Number 2, we need a fundamental paradigm shift toward an equitable, just public health landscape through a new public health order for our continent. Africa, it is about time to take control of its health security through a strong local leadership, starting from national parliaments, innovations, and investment in public health infrastructure and system. New public health order aims to ensure adequate health systems do exist before a crisis and remain resilient during and post-crisis. This new public health order plan to realize this through emphasis of what the Director General of the Africa CDC call it 5 C's. The first C is community health. We have to make every effort not to leave our community behind. Number 2, connectivity through the digital health tools. Number 3, capacity building at all levels. Number 4, collaborations. Last, climate. Those are the 5 C's. If you look into the pillars of the new public health orders, were designed based on the needs and the challenges. Number 1 is to strengthen the public health institutions. And this means Africa needs to strengthen all the national public health institutes, started from Africa CDC itself. We're encouraging that each country in our continent should establish a functional, operational, national public health institute and the research. We need to involve our academicians, the university, to work with the public health in providing the evidence base. We need to have emergency operation centers, and we need to have a genomic sequencing capability. And allow me to pause a little bit in genomic sequencing. This was initiated by the Africa CDC during the response to COVID-19. In 2022, a small lab in Gaborone has made Africa so proud, being the first lab perhaps in the whole world to isolate a new variant of the COVID, Omicron. And for some of you who could recall, the world have reacted negatively. But 3 days later, the world went quiet because they find that African scientists, they were right, and they find that this variant was circulating in Europe, in America, 3 months prior to announcement of Omicron variant. That was a movement of the proud, that normal scientists, if you put them together, they can be extraordinary. And we need to build on those successes. Number 2, we need to strengthen the public health workforce. We need to find a way to have a well-trained, capacitated, and motivated public health workers. Number 3, we must have expanding our local manufacturing, and this has been said many, many times. As of now, it's only 1% of all our vaccine needs are being manufactured in our continent. It's about nearly 30%, or 5% of our diagnostics are actually being manufactured in our continent. About 30% of our therapeutic needs are manufactured in our continent. This is not acceptable. And our Director General always refers to it until we get it right. We still need a second independence. We get our previous, most of the country get independence, but we are not yet independent from health. And this is a challenge all of us need to be coincidence and work together to support the effort of Africa CDC. We talk about increased domestic financing. So this is the right place to discuss about domestic financing. The budget declarations is clearly stated that minimum 15% of all the national budget should be going to health. And this is significant. It's significant in such a way we have seen the significance and importance of the health. Without health, nothing works. But we cannot allow something as important as on our life to rely on other people. It did not work during COVID. It did not work during Ebola, and it's not working now during the Mpox. It is a call for the Pan-African Parliament. Through you, through the speakers, we must find a way to contribute to our health. The third part of this presentation is about what Africa CDC through the African unions is doing in addressing and preparing our continent for the next pandemic. In 2023, Africa CDC came up with a very unique strategy with 6 priority areas. And those 6 priority areas are thought through to address and help this continent to prepare better and to respond better as quickly as possible. And it is granted because of some of the challenges that we realized during COVID. As of now, we have only 19 member states in our continent established a functional national public health institute. And some of those are not fully functioning. Number two are surveillance systems and warning systems that are still very, very weak. Our emergency preparedness and response is being challenged. At any given year, Africa reports more than 160 health events. Every week, there is about 27 health events, not in one country, in multiple countries. Every week, there's a new 3 health events that are coming. So those are the challenges that we need to address, and those are the challenges that has guided this new Africa CD strategy 2023-2027. Our laboratory capacity, as of now, is only 50% of our labs are fully functioning. Your Excellency, if you don't know what you're looking, if you don't know the pathogen that is happening, you cannot come up with treatment, you cannot come up with public health measures. If you don't know what you're looking for, you cannot find it. And that's why it is a call. All of us need to find a way to strengthen our laboratory capacity. So these are the pillars that are being covered through the new strategy. Number one is to strengthening the integrated health system to prevent, controls high-burden diseases. Number two, priority area is to build proactive surveillance, intelligence gatherings, and early warning system. Number three is to ensure robust emergency preparedness and response capability for all health emergencies. Number four, priorities to strengthening the national public health institutions. Number five is to expand clinicals and public health laboratory systems and networks. Last but not the least is expand health products and technology innovations and manufacture. Those are the 6 areas. If we got all those right, our ability to respond to any health events, it will improve and we will save more lives. Now, this is the last part of the presentation that talk about the Africa CDC or African continent respond to Mpox outbreaks. And this is a very, very brief background. And when you look into this background, there's so much history that was made toward the independence of Africa to own its health security. Allow me to elaborate in bullet number 1. On 13 August 2024, that was last month, the Director General of the Africa CDC, Dr. Jen Kasia, declared the Mpox outbreak a public health emergency of continental security. Allow me to say with absolute proudness that this decision has made Africa to be the first continent to declare its own public health emergency, making a significant step toward what the Director General of Africa CDC termed self-determinations in health. This is historic. It's historic in such a way that on 14 August 2024, the World Health Organization also declare Mpox as a public health emergency of international concern. It is significant that Africa Health Agency institution, Africa CDC, when it has spoken, the world has listened and the world has aligned. And this is the very first time in the whole world any continent has to declare its own health emergency. And it was possible because the head of the states and the government in Africa in 2023, they appointed a director general that is fit for the purpose and for the movement. Head of the state, through you, should be so proud that we are on the right track in earning African independence from the rest of the world. Bullet number 3, Mpox cases in Africa have surged due to increased human-to-human transmission and insufficient response capacities. Some of the key challenges include weak surveillance, limited laboratory, infection prevention practices, public awareness, lack of community engagements, lack of vaccines, and also the therapeutics. Consultations and communication between the Africa CDC and the World Health Organization and all the health partners came together under the leadership of the Africa CDC to come up with one continental plan, one budget, one M&E framework. And also this is historical. If you look into these maps, you will see this is where the continent is in terms of reported cases of the Mpox. By the end of the April weeks, which is week 36 last week, from January 2022 to September 2024, 20 African Union member states across all the 5 African Union regions at least confirms Mpox case. So our whole continent, our whole regions is reporting cases. If you look into the maps, you will see countries that highlighted greens. This is the clades, because the Mpox virus has 2 distinct clades. So the clade 1 is in most of the Central Africa, and is the one who is driving the outbreaks in DRC, in Burundi, and other countries that's on Central Africa. And if you look into the red one, which is a clade 2, is the countries mostly in the West Africa continent and South Africa in particular. And these are Benin, Ghana, Mozambique, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Cote d'Ivoire, and Liberia. Clade 1 is Central African Republics, Congo, DRC, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Sudan, and Uganda. If you look into the light brown one, which is the countries that are reporting both clade 1 and clade 2, is Cameroon. In Guinea and Gabon, the sequencing till last week is still pending, and we will share it with you. The total cases that report so far is 47,213 cases. Out of these, 8,724 confirmed cases. Sadly, 1,682 deaths were reported in the whole continent. If you look into the trends that we have at the very bottom, the green line is cases that were reported in 2022. It's about 7,146 cases. If you look into the orange middle line, its 2023 reported cases was 13,173 cases. If you look into the top brown, dark bronze, which is 2024 this year, about 26,899 cases reported. What you can see is from 2022 to 2023, there's more than 84% increase of the cases. If you also look from 2023, you will see there's increasements of more than 104% cases. Cumulatively, from 2022 to 2024, you find there's more than 200 increasements. In brief, since January 2022, there was 43,982 cases. Deaths, 1,578. We observed that in 2024, there's a surge increase of the reported cases compared to both 2023 and also 2022. This map is broken down by regions. From January to 14 September 2024, since the beginning of this year, a total of 26,894 cases, of which 5,829 were laboratory confirmed. A total of 724, unfortunately, deaths were reported. All 5 African Union's regions reported cases. The most affected region is the Central Africa, reported 24,010 cases, of which 5,671 were laboratory confirmed and 720 deaths. Eastern Africa, about 1,644 cases, of which 20 were laboratory confirmed and no death reported. Southern Africa, about 25 confirmed cases and 3 deaths. Western Africa, 1,245 cases, of which 112 were laboratory confirmed, 1 death. Northern Africa, 1 confirmed case and no death. This is where we are this year. So, in brief, we have 26,899 cases, 5,829 confirmed cases, 724 deaths. This about the labs, it shows the challenges that we have in terms of the labs. If you allow me to go to DRC, for example, the number of detected cases is 21,835. The number of the sample tested is 10,037. The number of confirmed cases is 5,147. Testing rate is 45. And this 45 just came up after the declaration of the Mpox as a public health emergency of continental security, because it created awareness, resources, and all the technical experts from public health agencies, Africa CDC, WHO, UNICEF, we all rushed into DRC to help the testings. Testing positivity is about 51%, which is very, very high. The number of the deaths we already supported. The bottom line on this, we really need to do a lot of work on how to strengthen our laboratory capacity. What Africa CDC is doing and how the continent is responding. The response through the leadership of the African Union, Africa CDC, the whole continent came up with a new continental approach for emergency preparedness and response. There's only one team under the leadership of the Africa CDC and WHO, supported by a work stream led by key partners like UNICEF, leveraging on their comparative advantages, responsive to the evolving epidemiological landscapes and the specific regional need. For the very first time, Africa had one plan, we have one budget, we have one monitoring and evaluation tools. So it's not moving. Okay. So the strategy is 6 months from September to February. The overall goal of this strategy is to stop the transmission of the Mpox virus in the affected member states and also support preparedness in some of the countries that have been seen at high risk and prevent the spread to the non-affected member state through continentally coordinated approach. The overall strategy, the Mpox Continental Preparedness and Response Plan for Africa, emphasizes a community center, a well-coordinated, multi-sectorial and differentiated approach adapted to the epidemiology and the risk category of the member state, that to strengthening the surveillance, to strengthening the laboratory testing, engage communities, ensure availability of critical countermeasure, and also build resilient and equitable health system. Your Excellency, this 6 months strategy has been already costed. It cost about $600 million US. The 315,311 is for the affected 15 member states, the member state that already reported the cases. Funding required to support the readiness in 15 member states that has been assessed, and they've been found to be at the high risk of transmissions. Partners that will be doing the vaccine and logistics and capacity building is about 269. But the interesting part is the part one, the vaccine procurement was not even costed, because there's only 2 manufacturers that are manufacturing vaccine perhaps in the whole world, and just only 1 dose is cost about $100 US. This is only vaccines minus syringes, minus logistics, minus all other things. Africa CDC predicts by the end of 2025, we need 10 million doses to be able to contain the virus. As of now, we're still depending, again, for the donation, the goodwill of others. is not working, but nevertheless, we have committed some funding from African Union through the African Union Permanent Representative Committee, PRC, and this is significant. At least it's a good start that we are taking initiative to finance this continental strategy. DRC alone committed $10 million US. This is to strengthening the surveillance and laboratory testing capacity of the member states, also to train the affected member states in sample collection, diagnosis, sequencing, lab testing, capacity decentralization, with the procurement of laboratory cartridge. So far, the mobilized vaccine is as follows: 200,000 doses already arrived in DRC from European unions. About 50,000 doses already arrived also from DRC through bilateral with the US governments. 15,000 doses arrived in DRC from Gavi. 10,000 doses arrived in Nigeria from US governments. Negotiation with BN, which is a vaccine manufacturer, to secure 3 million doses in 2024 and 7 million in 2025 to contain the virus. Also, we have a Mpox research coordination, which is critical. We are very, very hopeful that it will give us ideas. These are the last slides, and these are some of those are call to action. Africa CDC Mpox response to date. One, it is the first time that agencies are using one continental coordination team, using one response plan, using one budget, and one monitoring and evaluation framework in the major health response. Africa CDC, as your premier health, is coordinating with a partner to identify and shortlist Mpox testing solution, including the point of care test kit. Africa CDC delivered a sequencing equipment to most affected countries, DRC and Burundi and Central Africa. Africa CDC delivers also automated liquid handling system to speed up testing and sequencing in DRC. So, Your Excellency, the current Mpox situation is alarming. It's alarming in such a way we have already 26,544 cases confirmed this year alone. We urge PAPs and all the key stakeholders to support countries to strengthening surveillance, to also to speed up the screening at the point of the entry, awareness and vaccination campaigns. We need international solidarity, and supports are critical to contain the outbreaks. An estimated $600 million and 10 million vaccine doses are urgently needed to end the Mpox outbreaks in Africa. I would like to end this presentation with a quotation which is very timely and very, very relevant. And it's none other than from living legend, Nelson Mandela, wisdoms. And in his wisdom he said, sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great. You can be that great generation and let your greatness blossom. With this word, Mandela's period is looking to us, is calling us that to be that great generation. A generation that will bring into the reality the health security agenda for Africa. It is a generation that we have seen the devastating that brought by Ebola in 2013. We are the generation that we have seen 250,000 people died in Africa. We are the generation that those who died during the COVID, they are not just numbers. They are people with names. And some of you participated in their funerals, myself included. You still live in the neighborhood with some of their orphans. And that call is, if this generation, your generations, our generations, if we're not going to use this reality to go outside of our comfort zone, to build resilient health security agenda, the history will not be kind to all of us. But if we turn it around and we make significant progress in building the resilient health security agenda, the history will remember us. This is the generation. Like when we go back to 1962, 63, 64, many African countries got their independence. Today, we remember those heroes who brought us the independence in a golden plate. Thank you, Your Excellency. God bless you. I heard you. When you go back, let's go and support our health committee in our parliament. Let them be working with the executive, not to blame them, but help them to allocate additional funding to the health sector in line with almighty Abuja declaration, 15% of our budget to health. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Loud applause for him. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I have only one request to take the floor, to comment. I have only one, and that is, I don't know whether this is a speaker or I don't know, Sabine Ntakarutmana, Sabine of Burundi. Is that a speaker?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis la première vice-présidente de l'Assemblée nationale du Burundi.
Sorry?
I'm the first deputy speaker, National Assembly, Burundi.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will speak in French. I will start by commending the speaker for his very clear and rich presentation. I would equally like to convey the greetings of His Honorable Gerard Gabirabe, who mandated me to represent him in this meeting. He is the President of the National Assembly of Burundi. May I comment on the situation of Mpox in Burundi? But equally, I would like to start by informing you that Burundi commends the intervention of Africa CDC, since they are besides the population. I am saying so because lately Burundi welcomed a delegation led by the General Director of Africa CDC, who was welcomed by His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Major General Daishi Mie. They discussed for the well-being of the population. We also welcomed this initiative as representatives of the people that Africa CDC gave equipment to Burundi. We equally noted that we already had an intervention plan for Mpox, but this plan, as the presenter said, still needs funding in order to quickly eradicate this Mpox pandemic. a reassuring message is that the Mpox cases that have been declared in Burundi are well taken care of, because we don't have any death cases at the moment, and we as representatives of the people, we take part in awareness raising of the population to be able to adopt measures that will prevent the spread of this scourge in our country, and equally having it spread into other neighboring countries. May I conclude my intervention by a concern, maybe that may also be addressed to the presidents of national assemblies that are here, and of course you, the president of the Pan-African Parliament. My concern is that we have a specific focus on future emerging diseases and pandemics. For us, we should also lay emphasis on building, strengthening our health systems. I'll talk about the lack of adequate health systems, the lack of hospitals, the lack of health units in some of our regions, and health, or let me say, yes, health becomes a real concern in our countries, because if health facilities are not accessible to all, it may be a real problem to the have-nots. We also lack human resources. That's in quality and quantity. We equally lack medical equipment to carry out timely diagnosis. The presenter was clear on that, for timely diagnosis and effective treatment. I would equally like to raise this concern for it to be debated here, strengthening our health facility for us to be able to quickly diagnose and treat the cases that are in our countries. That is my concern. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I think this brings us to the business of today in the chamber. I want to thank Your Excellency Speakers, Deputy Speakers, Senate Presidents and Deputies and other presiding officers for your resilience and sitting in this room to this moment. I greatly thank you, and I want to clap for you. Thank you very much, that you are here for the business that you traveled for. And the challenge still remains that what can parliaments and the parliaments, what should they do to move forward? We can hear all these challenges, but parliament should make a difference. At this juncture, we break, we move to the venue just across our next building for the dinner. Then tomorrow, we are here starting at our usual indicated time of 9. We believe you can be here by 9. And then we proceed with presentations tomorrow. We'll start with a presentation on trade tomorrow. That's the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And that will be followed by a presentation on climate change, food security, energy. And then the rest will share as we go. There's one presentation for tomorrow which will be delivered tonight at dinner. We are swapping that presentation with the one on Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which will be the first item tomorrow. It's an item of interest, so I encourage you that we arrive at 9 or by 9 so that we all listen to that great presentation on trade on the continent and the role of parliaments in ensuring legal regimes on trade that promote trade on the continent. So we end the day here, and let's meet at the venue for the dinner. The bus will be outside, and all we move in the manner that we came here this morning. Good night. Let's meet. Sorry.
The VIP bus is parked there in the VIP.
Oh, sorry. The bus for the VIPs who are the speakers. You don't need to go out through that way. You go out through this way. The bus is this side. Thank you.